Versatile enough for almost any application, the ATM350U, with its universal clip-on mount and rugged 5-inch gooseneck, delivers crisp, clear, well-balanced sound, ideal for brass, sax, percussion, and other instruments. The rugged spring-loaded clamp opens up to 1/2 inch for easy attachment on the instrument's bell. The clamp's contoured jaws and soft rubber isolation pads fit a wide variety of surfaces, while a locking screw on the clamp offers an additional level of security. For larger horns and applications requiring a longer gooseneck, the ATM350UL offers the same mounting clamp with a 9-inch long gooseneck. The ATM350U is also a good choice for close miking stringed instruments, including upright bass and cello. The compact condenser microphone's cardioid polar pattern isolates the instrument by reducing pickup of unwanted sound from the sides and rear. Its 40 to 20,000 Hz response, wide dynamic range, and 159 dB max SPL make the ATM350A a go-to microphone for a wide variety of instruments. Unpack the microphone and its associated mount. Carefully slide the foam windscreen over the microphone capsule until the capsule is fully inserted into the windscreen. Slip the microphone and windscreen into the microphone holder, engaging the holder's rings into the slots on the windscreen. Dress the cable using the cable keepers on the gooseneck. Attach the clamp to the instrument's bell. Aim the microphone as desired to achieve optimum sound pickup. The rugged gooseneck allows for quick microphone placement, and the gooseneck stays in place once positioned. Use the jaw locking screw to prevent the clamp from opening during the performance. The gooseneck's octagonal base allows it to be attached in one of several different positions. Connect the microphone cable to the power module. If desired, engage the 80 Hz high-pass filter. When engaged, the filter helps reduce pickup of unwanted low-frequency noise. At the end of the gig, store the assembled microphone and mount in the included protective carry case. Alternatively, the microphone and gooseneck can be detached from the mount, leaving the mount on the instrument. The ATM350U and ATM350UL Universal Microphone Mounting System, designed to stay in place no matter how much you move about. For more information, visit us on the web at www.audio-technica.com.
Hai, perkenalkan saya Dewa Pradipta, persona virtual berbasis Artificial Intelligence D4 PFT, akan memperkenalkan program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Puji syukur, tahun ini Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi telah menerima mahasiswa baru angkatan pertama tahun ajaran 2023-2024. Semoga kedepannya kami bisa menjadi program studi yang mampu mengembangkan inovasi produksi film dan televisi yang unggul, berbasis pada kearifan lokal, seni, dan budaya Indonesia yang berfokus pada konten kreating. Program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi ini, merespon perkembangan industri, teknologi, pengetahuan dan keterampilan media baru yang berbasis pada ilmu pengetahuan film dan televisi. Mampu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang terampil dan kompeten di bidang audiovisual, untuk industri film, televisi dan media baru. Kemudian, berorientasi pada ranah media baru, dan berhubungan dengan industri konten kreating. Dan kami berada di lingkungan seni yang kondusif, untuk menjadi prodi yang berbasis pada seni budaya lokal dan nasional yaitu di Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Prodi D4 Produksi Film dan Televisi berfokus pada media baru dan konten kreating, dengan profil lulusan, sutradara, scriptwriter, penata kamera, penata artistik, penata suara, editor, dan konten kreator. Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi bekerja sama dengan mitra industri telah menyusun pembelajaran pendidikan tinggi vokasi, sehingga kurikulum yang dibuat diharapkan sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri di bidang produksi audiovisual dan konten kreating. Baik, sekian perkenalan dari kami. Jika ingin mencari tahu lebih jauh tentang kami, bisa kunjungi Instagram kami di @pft.isijogja, atau kunjungi web isi.ac.id, atau kunjungi halaman pendaftarannya di pmb.isi.ac.id. Terima kasih atas waktunya, semoga kita semua dalam keadaan yang sehat. Salam.
Featuring easy-to-use plug-and-play functionality, the ATUC50 digital discussion system provides reliable, clear, and intelligible communication to significantly increase meeting efficiency and effectiveness. Ideal for large-scale discussion conferences with multiple language needs or smaller gatherings in meeting room environments, the ATUC50 system is designed to be easily configured and reconfigured while providing professional sound quality and advanced controls. Its ease of setup and multiple configuration options allow the ATUC50 to adapt to any number of discussion applications. Consisting of an ATUC50CU control unit and multiple ATUC50DU discussion units, the basic system delivers 24-bit 48 kHz uncompressed digital audio for crystal clear, natural-sounding voice reproduction. Additional components allow the user to easily expand and customize the system as their needs grow. Adjustable microphone gain and EQ on each discussion unit allows the units to be independently set to serve the voice of each participant, whereas high-quality microphone preamps with discrete transistors help reduce system noise. A 12-band audio feedback suppressor built into the ATUC50CU control unit permits higher operating volume levels without feedback, while an 8-band parametric EQ on the control unit's analog output provides extensive control over the audio's character. Offering multiple operational modes, including free talk, request to talk, and a full remote, along with various chairman overrides, the system is designed to keep the discussion moving along in an orderly fashion. For multi-language applications, the ATUC50 INT interpretation unit allows an interpreter to monitor the floor language and route the interpretation to other discussion units. Attendees can select the desired language from their individual discussion units, allowing the system to easily accommodate a diverse gathering of people. Designed for flexibility and reliability, the ATUC50 discussion and interpretation components connect to the control unit with a single Cat5e or greater cable using chain or ring topology. Each ATUC50 control unit supports up to 4 chains or 2 rings. When using ring topology, the system's reliability increases because the control unit actually recognizes each end of the ring as the beginning of a new chain. Should a connection failure occur in the ring, all of the discussion units continue to function, making the system ideal for mission-critical applications. Each control unit can support up to 50 discussion units. When the optional ATLK EXT165 link extender is used, the number of discussion units supported by a single control unit increases to 100. Additionally, the link extender allows users to extend the cable run distance in a system. Up to 3 ATUC50CU control units can be cascaded together using standard Cat5e cable, expanding the system capacity to 300 discussion units when used with the link extenders. The ATUC50CU provides front panel LEDs for system status and audio signal level. A large OLED display and jog dial allow local access to system settings and configuration parameters. Settings can be quickly saved as presets and easily recalled before the start of each meeting. Additionally, a web remote feature enables the user to configure and operate the system from a computer, tablet, or mobile device, while IP control allows full parameter access from third-party control systems. To archive discussions, the ATUC50CU is equipped with a built-in audio recorder. Capable of recording WAV or MP3 files in 2 gigabit increments onto a connected USB mass storage device, the system can record up to 4 channels of WAV files or 2 channels of MP3 files. The compact, stylish discussion units incorporate a front panel display for monitoring volume and channel selection, 2 independently programmable status LEDs, channel select buttons, and a programmable talk button. Along with a high-quality loudspeaker enhanced for speech intelligibility, each discussion unit has a headphone jack with volume control. A multicolored LED status bar on the ATUC50DU and LED on the front panel talk button provide visual indication of discussion unit status. For customized installations, the ATUC50IU integration unit is designed for discrete, under-table mounting, giving installers the flexibility to choose the inputs and outputs best suited for a particular installation. Euroblock connectors on the ATUC50IU allow external connections for microphone, local speaker, headphone output, LED indicators, GPIO, and other functions. Two RJ45 ports allow the ATUC50IU to connect seamlessly to other discussion system components. Designed to be operated as a standalone discussion system or integrated with other equipment as part of an overall meeting room solution, the ATUC50's future-proof upgrade capability allowed the system to grow with customer needs. The ATUC50 Digital Discussion System. Hear and be heard. For more information, visit us on the web at www.audio-technica.com.
Are you an alien? Say what?
Why, yes, it is me, the alien.
You sound amazing.
Audio Technica's wireless headphones will elevate your reality to the cosmic heights of pure sound. Now, standard alien protocol, the probe.
Nope, not my fanny.
Selamat datang kepada seluruh peserta workshop di ruang AUFI Fakultas Seni Media Rekam ISI Yogyakarta. Mohon kerjasamanya untuk saling menjaga protokol kesehatan, ketertiban dan kesopanan selama acara berlangsung. Sebelum acara kami mulai, mohon perhatikan dan pahami petunjuk keselamatan acara berikut ini. Ketahuilah lokasi pintu-pintu masuk dan keluar. Pintu masuk dan pintu keluar ada di sisi kanan Anda. Musola ada di luar gedung ini. Titik kumpul di depan kolam air mancur atau taman FSMR yang berada di depan gedung ini. Dalam situasi darurat, kami akan mengumumkan anjuran untuk keluar dari ruang AUFI dan semua pintu akan dibuka. Dimohon tidak panik dan tetap tenang. Ikuti arahan dengan tertib dan mohon kerjasamanya untuk tidak saling berebut keluar. Untuk setiap kejadian yang memerlukan tindakan medis maupun pengamanan, harap segera dilaporkan ke panitia terdekat. Mohon untuk menjaga barang-barang pribadi masing-masing seperti handphone, dompet, dan barang berharga lainnya agar selalu tetap dalam pengawasan. Mohon tidak membuat keributan dan ubah telepon genggam Anda ke mode diam atau bergetar. Sebagai informasi, pada hari ini hingga selesai acara, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta tidak sedang melakukan pelatihan atau simulasi mitigasi bencana. Terima kasih atas kerjasamanya dan selamat mengikuti workshop. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Senang sekali Bapak Ibu hadirin dan juga rekan-rekan sekalian, saya Artika Amelia yang akan memandu acara hari ini. Tentunya satu hal yang sangat luar biasa karena ini adalah acara yang sangat ditunggu-tunggu. Tidak hanya dari akademisi, kemudian dari mahasiswa, profesional, musisi, penghobi dan juga ada dari lembaga yang hadir di sini. Walaupun acara kita dari pagi hingga nanti menjelang beduk maghrib, saya harap semangatnya sangat luar biasa karena pasti ada sebagian dari teman-teman semuanya, Bapak Ibu sekalian juga sedang menunaikan ibadah puasa. Coba saya ingin semangatnya, tepuk tangan untuk kita semuanya di siang hari ini. Sebelum saya akan menyapa tamu-tamu kehormatan kita yang sudah hadir di sini agar kita acara dapat berjalan lancar, agar bisa mengikuti kegiatan hari ini dengan senang juga. Saya punya pantun dulu ya Bapak Ibu, izin. Saya punya pantun, jangan lupa nanti cakepnya. Cakep ya. Buka puasa enaknya ngemil bakwan. Apalagi bakwan buatan Mbak Meta. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, selamat datang di ISI Yogyakarta. Ada satu pantun lagi. Ngabuburit di jalan nemu burung merpati. Burungnya terbang hingga ke ujung selatan. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, izinkan saya untuk menyapa para tamu kehormatan. Selamat datang dan juga yang kami hormati, yang terhormat tentunya Dekan Fakultas Seni Media Rekam ISI Yogyakarta, Bapak Dr. Edial Rusli SE MSN. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan? Yang kami hormati Ketua Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi FSMR ISI Yogyakarta, Bapak Pandan P. Purwachandra Mkom. Yang kami hormati pula Ketua Prodi Fotografi Ibu Kusrini Esos MSN atau yang mewakili, Ketua Prodi Penyajian Musik Bapak Rahmat Raharjo MSN atau yang mewakili, dan tentunya selamat datang karena kita di Yogyakarta, Sugeng Siang, Sugeng Rawuh Engayuk Jogarta, Board of Director PT Kairos Multijaya, Bapak Johannes Martin Jaya, dan tentunya our great speaker, manager and professional audio Technica Southeast Asia, Mr. Chan Jinfu. Sugeng Rawuh, Mr. Selamat datang. Dan juga yang kami hormati pula Kairos Audio Experts, Bapak Niki Hirio, Rai and Team. Kemudian Kaprodi Manaprotsi MMTC, Bapak Sony Y, dan juga seluruh tamu undangan dan juga seluruh rekan-rekan workshop yang berbahagia. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat siang dan juga selamat datang dalam acara International Workshop Audio Recording 101 and Commercial Audio for Workspace yang diselenggarakan oleh Program Studi Produksi Film dan Televisi Fakultas Seni Media Rekam ISI Yogyakarta bersama Mitra Dudi PT Kairos Multijaya. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan yang sangat luar biasa. Baik, tentunya saya mengingatkan kembali untuk Bapak Ibu hadirin dan juga rekan-rekan semuanya agar acara ini dapat terselenggara dengan baik dan juga kondusif. Kami mohon untuk handphone bisa di silent atau mode getar. Jadi nanti kita akan bisa mengikuti acara ini dari siang hingga nanti menjelang beduk maghrib. Dan tentunya sebelum kita memulai acara di kesempatan siang hari ini, before starting the workshop, we will take a moment of silence. Let us pray to God Almighty to give us safety and smooth sailing until the event ends. Dan tentunya marilah kita bersama berdoa sesuai dengan agama dan kepercayaan kita masing-masing. Berdoa dimulai. Amin, berdoa selesai. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, untuk meningkatkan rasa nasionalisme kita bersama, kita akan menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Hadirin kami mohon berdiri. Hadirin disilakan untuk duduk kembali. Baik Bapak Ibu hadirin, para tamu undangan dan juga rekan-rekan sekalian, tentu saja workshop ini diselenggarakan oleh Program Studi Produksi Film dan Televisi PFT Fakultas Seni Media Rekam ISI Yogyakarta, berkolaborasi dengan Mitra Dudi PT Kairos Multijaya. Sekali lagi dong kita kasih tepuk tangannya yang sangat luar biasa. Karena sudah berkenan untuk bisa hadir di sini, dan tentunya nanti kita akan mendapatkan ilmu yang sangat bermanfaat. Karena selain mungkin ini sedang berpuasa, ibadah kita adalah mencari ilmu hari ini. Benar atau enggak? Benar. Oke, ada yang dari luar kota Yogyakarta? Dari mana? Sleman? Dari Bantul? Oke, baik. Sebelum nanti kita mulai, agar acara hari ini juga biasanya di tengah-tengah acara mulai ngantuk, sedikit intermezzo izin Pak. Jadi saya punya, kalau saya bilang selamat pagi boleh tepuk tangannya sekali. Oke, coba ya. Selamat pagi. Baik, kalau saya bilang selamat siang, tepuk tangannya 2 kali. Selamat siang. Oke, kalau saya bilang selamat malam, tidak tepuk tangan sama sekali. Selamat malam. Oke, nanti kita akan melatih konsentrasi kita. Biasanya di sela-sela workshop itu mulai ngantuk seperti itu. Oke, selamat siang. Selamat malam. Selamat pagi. Selamat malam. Selamat siang. Tepuk tangan untuk kita semuanya. Baik, dan tentunya sedikit informasi juga, saat ini Kairos juga sedang mengembangkan produk karya anak bangsa dengan merek Silver Crest, dan hal ini merupakan perwujudan komitmen juga kepada Indonesia sebagai merek yang memiliki kompetensi dan juga selalu mengedepankan perkembangan ilmu dan teknologi utamanya dalam audio. Dan ini sangat luar biasa sekali karena ISI Yogyakarta ini produk-produknya juga sudah menggunakan ya speaker juga dari PT Kairos juga. Dan yang pasti juga hari ini untuk narasumber kita sangat luar biasa Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi nanti mohon untuk bisa memberikan pertanyaan sebanyak-banyaknya. Jadi Anda bisa mendapatkan ilmu dari yang berkompeten hari ini. Baik, untuk acara ini tentunya terselenggara selama 2 hari dari tanggal 25 Maret 2024 dan besok 26 Maret 2024. Dan materi yang disajikan hari pertama adalah recording 101 basic microphone technique, kemudian hari kedua adalah commercial audio for workspace. Dan tentunya untuk acara ini juga disiarkan secara daring di official YouTube channel ISI Yogyakarta. Baik, tanpa berlama-lama langsung saja saja kita akan ke sambutan, dan tentunya untuk sambutan yang pertama kita adalah sambutan dari Ketua Panitia sekaligus Ketua Prodi PFTISI Yogyakarta. Kepada yang terhormat Bapak Pandan P. Purwachandra MKom, disilakan. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan yang sangat luar biasa.
Cek, one, cek. Cek. Check one. Okay, good day. Thanks for coming to our workshop session conducted by Film and Television Production program with our industry mitra PT Kairos Multijaya and also our special partner from Audio Technica Southeast Asia. On behalf of Department Board of PFT program, I would like to thank you for your participation in this workshop and also for our industry partner PT Kairos Multijaya with Mr. Johannes Martin Wijaya as the board member. Kairos Multijaya audio team Mr. Niki, Mr. Karuna and team, and special thanks also for Mr. Chen Jinfu from Audio Technica Southeast Asia. As we know that Audio Technica has engineered the microphone, one the last for the Moto GP. You can ask him later. And many other great products will be developed in the future. We hope you enjoy the workshop and get to benefit, especially on audio technology. And don't forget to visit exhibition booth over there, and also the experience booth inside our podcast studio, all from PT Kairos Multijaya in our FSMR building. Once again, thanks for coming and enjoy.
Baik, terima kasih dan sekali lagi berikan tepuk tangan yang sangat luar biasa untuk Ketua Panitia dan juga sekaligus Ketua Prodi PFTISI Yogyakarta, Bapak Pandan P. Purwachandra MKom. Dan selanjutnya Bapak Ibu hadirin dan juga rekan-rekan sekalian, kita akan menyimak sambutan sekaligus simbolis pembukaan acara oleh Rektor ISI Yogyakarta yang akan diwakilkan oleh Dekan FSMR ISI Yogyakarta kepada yang terhormat Bapak Dr. Edial Rusli SE MSN. Kami silakan. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk beliau.
Nah, di sini. Thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Saya mau lihat yang dari media rekam siapa aja ya? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alhamdulillah. Oke. Oh ya, termasuk saya. Terima kasih yang terhormat Bapak Martin dari Kairos, Bapak Chen Jinfu, that's right. Chen Jinfu dari manajer profesional audio teknika Southeast Asia. Yang terhormat bapak-bapak ibu yang lainnya. Terima kasih Bu Atika. Terima kasih semuanya atas kedatangannya. Alhamdulillah kita sudah sampai di sini dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Wah Bapak yang lain dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Ini kalau sudah di siang ini lemes isinya ya, karena kita puasa. Tadi Pak PD1 memberitahu Pak makan sekarang aja supaya nanti kuat sampai buka puasa. Ya nanti saya pertimbangkan gitu ya. Ya kita harus minum sekarang supaya kuat sampai buka kan, ya betul. Nah baik, tapi saya tolak karena hanya aqua, eman-eman saya menahannya gitu ya. Kalau yang lain kemungkinan kita pikir 2 kali gitu ya. Memang di siang hari ini Bu, bapak-bapak sekalian ini memang harus ada harus tepuk sekali, 2 kali, 3 kali. Saya tepuk-tepuk begini masih ngantuk Ibu. Tapi nanti terlalu banyak bercandanya. Tapi begini, ini terima kasih Pak Martin, kita sudah kerjasama kemarin bulan Desember ya. Bulan Desember alhamdulillah ini adalah hari yang indah, kita bisa mengadakan workshop di sini mengenai tentang audio. Nah ini menjadi sangat penting bagi kita terutama untuk mahasiswa, bahwa pengetahuan ini jangan kita melihat pada satu kondisional wah ini kayak pamer. Bukan. Ini adalah teknologi yang ada sekarang ini yang harus kita pahami bahwa ini ada sebuah lompatan. Kalau zaman dulu waktu saya masih senang main sound gitu ya, main sound system itu enak. Enggak enak sekali karena yang dibawa gede-gede. Betul. Kalau dulu masih ingat yang di TVRI Mas Kris itu ya. Saya kalau bawa sound itu gedenya segaban-gaban. Sekarang segini-segini aja udah enak. Kalau dulu kan kalau yang biasa itu sound itu yang penting toni gitu ya. Waton muni banter gitu ya. Nah sekarang kita bisa melihat sound-sound yang ada di sini dengan kualitas mic. Dulu kalau mixer itu harus 64, sekarang hanya tinggal kecil, tinggal enak. Nah, tapi terlepas apapun ini adalah sangat penting sekali bagi kami, terutama untuk proses-proses audiovisual. Audiovisual tidak hanya dipertunjukkan, tetapi juga di seluruh kehidupan. Sekarang ini menjadi penting output-output yang berhubungan dengan audiovisual. Terlepas apapun, saya sangat berharap terutama untuk para mahasiswa untuk mengikuti 2 hari ini. Jangan sampai bolos lah ya. Ikuti, pelajari, terus kemudian diskusi. Nah, proses itu nanti akan menjadi pembelajaran kita di kemudian hari. Terlepas apapun, saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada Pak Pandan selaku panitia, Bu Atika. Wah ini saya nggak kuat MC-nya dari luar negeri, jadi saya tapi produk dalam negeri, maksudnya luar negeri itu dari TVRI, tapi di sini menjadi TPL Bu. Terima kasih Ibu, terima kasih pada Bapak Jin Fu ya, that's right, Bapak-bapak sekalian panitia yang sudah bekerja keras untuk terselenggaranya hari ini, karena biasanya Pak Pandan itu tidak pernah tidak pernah melakukan sesuatu hal. Dari tadi malam saya WhatsApp terus, Mas sudah sampai mana, terus laporannya lengkap. Terima kasih Pak Pandan kerjasamanya dan kerja kerasnya. Terima kasih semuanya. Terlepas apapun dalam saya berbicara ada kurang dan lebihnya saya minta maaf. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Edial mohon untuk tetap berada di tempat karena kami juga akan mengundang, nantinya akan membuka acara ini secara simbolis dengan membunyikan kentongan yang akan didampingi oleh Board of Director PT Kairos Multijaya Bapak Johannes Martin Wijaya. Kami mohon berkenan untuk dapat bisa bergabung bersama dengan Bapak Dr. Edial Rusli. Baik, untuk kentongannya izin silakan kembali untuk Bapak Dr. Edial Rusli untuk memukul kentongan sebagai tanda dibukanya untuk acara hari ini. Kita akan menghitung Bapak. Oke, baik, yang mohon izin untuk yang membukul adalah Bapak Johannes Martin. Baik, kita akan menghitung mundur. Oke, baik. Posisinya dulu ya, dipasin dulu. Silakan. Kita akan menghitung mundur, agak maju. Baik, sudah cukup. Oke, kita akan menghitung 3, 2, 3 kali. Kentongnya tong seperti itu. Baik, kita akan ulang ya. Kita akan hitung mundur bersama untuk membuka secara simbolis acara hari ini. 3, 2, 1. Dan demikian International Workshop Audio Recording 101 and Commercial Audio for Workspace Produksi Film dan Televisi FSM RIC dan Kairos resmi dibuka. Baik, mohon untuk berkenan Pak tetap di atas panggung karena selanjutnya kita akan ada penyerahan cindramata dan tentunya kami mohon berkenan Bapak Pandan P. Purwachandra M.Com and also Mr. Chan Jin Fu. Kemudian juga kami mengundang Bapak Niki Hiryo Rai untuk juga bisa bergabung di kesempatan siang hari ini untuk penyerahan cindramata. Jadi silakan untuk teman-teman yang sedang mengambil video, silakan di posisinya masing-masing. Dan untuk yang pertama, Cendera mata dari Bapak Dr. Edial Rusli SEMSN kepada Bapak Johannes Martin Wijaya. Untuk yang pertama diberikan. Baik, bisa melihat ke kamera, berikan senyum terbaiknya. Oke. Baik, terima kasih. Kemudian tetap berada di panggung. Next, Bapak Padan P. Purwachandra MKOM untuk memberikan kepada Mr. Chan Jinfu. Baik, lihat kamera, berikan senyum terbaiknya. Boleh diberikan tepuk tangan yang sangat luar biasa. Kemudian yang selanjutnya Bapak Pandan P. Purwachandra MKOM kepada Bapak Niki Hirio Rairai. Ini adalah cindera mata yang sangat luar biasa, bentuk kerjasama. Dan tentunya ke depan akan terus bisa bersinergi untuk membuat event-event yang sangat luar biasa. Baik, dan selanjutnya akan ada cendera mata yang akan diberikan dari Bapak Johannes Martin Wijaya kepada Bapak Dr. Edial Rusli SEMSN. Silakan. Baik, silakan dari Bapak Johannes Martin Wijaya kepada Bapak Dr. Edial Rusli SEMSN. Baik, dan selanjutnya from Mr. Chan Jinfu to Bapak Pandan P. Purwachandra MKOM. Baik, selanjutnya from Mr. Chan Jinfu to Mr. Pandan P. Purwachandra. Baik, terima kasih dan kita silakan untuk berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu. And now please take a picture. Silakan berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu. Baik, foto bersama di posisinya masing-masing. Baik, agak maju. Lihat ke kamera, kemudian berikan senyum terbaiknya. Yang pertama kita gaya formal terlebih dahulu. 1, 2, 3. Baik, selanjutnya gaya bebas. Tangan mengepal atau bagaimana juga boleh ya. 1, 2, 3. Oke, baik. Terima kasih kepada bapak-bapak sekalian. Dan tentunya ini nantinya ke depan bisa lebih berkolaborasi dan juga bersinergi untuk bisa menjalin hubungan yang baik antara ISI Yogyakarta dan juga PT Kairos Multijaya. Baik, Bapak Ibu hadirin dan juga rekan-rekan sekalian, ini oke, baik. Langsung saja kalau begitu hari ini akan menjadi hari yang istimewa untuk kita semua. Jadi silahkan untuk bisa mengikuti acara hari ini dengan sampai selesai. Dan tentunya untuk workshop kita di hari pertama, pematerinya adalah Manager and Professional Audio dari Audio Technica Southeast Asia, Mr. Chan Jinfu. Beliau ini adalah lulusan Singapore Management University dan telah memiliki pengalaman lebih dari 20 tahun di bidang audio. Dan juga nanti akan bersama dengan Pak Chen, ada Engineering Department and Tech Support di PT Kairos Multijaya, ada Mas Karuna Madusudana Atmaja, seorang profesional System Engineer and Mixing Engineer, System Engineer di Sumberia di bidang festival, production lokal, internasional seperti Festival Java Jazz, kemudian Synchronize, ada juga Soundrenalin, kemudian juga Hammer Sonic dan juga acara pemerintahan. Beliau ini juga aktif untuk membawakan training edukasi di bidang audio engineering, rumah ibadah, sekolah dan juga universitas. Dan saya juga pengen tahu untuk penerjemah kita, Mas Babas, where are you Mas Babas? Oke, nah Mas Babas will help us to translate from English to bahasa. Jadi langsung saja kita akan mengundang dengan hormat. And now we would like to invite Mr. Chan Jinfu and also Mas Karuna Madusudana Atmaja. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan, give applause for him.
Okay, so shall we switch to this slide? Thank you. Terima kasih. Okay. Okay, guys. Sorry, I haven't learned my bahasa yet, so sorry. But I'll try my best to keep it simple for you guys, okay? So welcome to the workshop. Let us switch to... Okay, let's switch the PowerPoint if you can. Or let me know whether I'm not projecting. Yeah?
PowerPoint di switch ke laptopnya Mr. Chinfu.
Okay, ちょっと待ってください。はい。Okay, now I've switched to our PowerPoint. Do you guys see anything? No, that the right? Okay, hold on. Welcome to the day where Windows doesn't work. Yes. Always blame it on Windows because that's the only one you can blame on. Ah, okay.
Antara salah Windows-nya apa salah Mr. Jinfu-nya?
Okay. Boleh? Tak boleh? Ah, okay. You unplug and plug in again. This kind of thing always happens. Ah, okay, no problem. Okay, let's try. All right.
Masih belum?
Boleh?
Okay. They're still trying to fix it.
Okay. So guys, moral story: don't use Windows, use Mac. Mac comes with Logic, cheaper than Pro Tools. Okay. So
Udah dengar sendiri kan?
First question: how many of you are using Mac? Okay, all the smart people. How many of you use Pro Tools? How many? Pro Tools rich. Sorry, I no money.
Yang pakai Pro
I
Tools?
use Logic. Because Logic you pay one time. Pro Tools you pay every month. Correct. Then when they upgrade you and you pay more again. But that being said, wise, right? I think Pro Tools is very smart in the marketing. Correct. They force you to use it. But that being said, I think your lecturers and your profs will also share that you don't really need to use Pro Tools. I have friends who are doing international award-winning songs using Reaper, using Logic, using Cubase. It's you, not the software. But then, of course, it's also the plugins. Plugins no choice, okay? You must buy, okay? But it's you who make the difference, okay? So today we will talk a lot. I will talk a lot. But Karuna will cover me if I cannot talk. All right, but the key thing today is to share, is to open your mind and let you guys learn more things, okay? The actual technique stuff, maybe next one we will do even a better one, where we get someone, a mixing engineer or A&R manager to come and share, and to share with you guys how to sell a song or how. Okay, but to be honest, wise, right? A lot of us in music, in video, we use Mac. Now I feel like I'm from Apple, right? So we use Mac because it's dependable, correct? Windows will always have this issue. Mac always no issue.
Mac selalu bisa diandalkan, sedangkan Windows sering banyak errornya.
Alright.
Udah bisa
Thank
katanya.
you.
Okay.
Thank you for fixing the Windows problem. Alright. So welcome to Audio 101. And you hear 101 means this is the most basic. Okay?
Maksudnya dari 101 adalah ini cuma dasar-dasarnya aja, paling basic.
Okay, 201 there. Papandang, 201, this is your business, okay? Mine is only 101, okay? So very simple. So today, overview. Unfortunately, we will have to do the brand introduction, but I'll make it fun. And why is audio important? Because there's a lot of video guys here who need to know why audio is important and why must you pay for good audio. Correct? Very important. Why must you pay for good audio? Then understanding microphone. After that, we'll take a break. And we'll come back with all the technique and microphone selection for you guys to do, for you guys to learn. Okay, so first, how many of you, okay. Sorry.
Pertama mau introduction dari brand Audio Technica dulu, nanti baru hal-hal yang setelahnya. Oke, lanjut dulu aja.
Alright, so how many of you know Audio Technica is from Japan?
Ada berapa orang yang tahu Audio Technica asalnya dari Jepang?
Okay,
Satu,
dua,
satu,
only
dua.
2, 3, then no more. Okay, that's the max.
Oh, tidak banyak.
After that, I don't know, what's 4 in Bahasa?
4.
Okay. Not bad, I can learn 1, 2, 3 here also. Okay. So Audio Technica, we are a brand from Japan, founded in 1962.
Didirikan di Jepang tahun 1962.
Okay, so our founder is here, Park Hideo Matsushita-san.
Hideo Matsushita, pendirinya Audio Technica.
So the first product that Audio Technica made was not the microphone, was not the headphone, but was this thing, the cartridge for your turntable.
Produk pertamanya malah bukan mikrofon tapi cartridge untuk
Yes.
turntable.
Do you know what's a turntable? Ah, okay, you know. Okay, no, because nowadays the youngster don't know what's a turntable. Bagus. Otherwise, we will not sell. This is a Japanese philosophy.
Jadi filosofinya orang Jepang itu pokoknya kualitas adalah yang nomor satu. Nggak peduli harganya mau 500 rupiah, mau 50 ribu rupiah, mau 500 ribu rupiah. Pokoknya kualitasnya harus tetap yang teratas. Itu yang sangat dipegang sama Audio Technica.
I mean, it's very easy to say we are quality first when you sell at the price of the Ferrari, correct? 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 If you buy Ferrari, because it's expensive, quality is there. But if you buy not a Ferrari, but affordable, but there's still quality, this is Audio Technica.
Jadi kalau udah ngerti
bahasa simpelnya itu
yeah.
Harga nggak pernah bohong ya. Kalau
Bener.
apalagi di dunia equipment seperti ini harga nggak pernah bohong. Nah itu prinsipnya Audio Technica. Ya kalau mau kualitas bagus ya jangan takut untuk spend lebih untuk dapetin hasil yang lebih bagus.
Istilahnya tadi Mr. Jinpu pakai istilah kalau beli Ferrari sudah jelas bagus karena harganya juga sangat mahal. Tapi mungkin kalau kamu beli yang mereknya bukan Ferrari atau yang harganya jauh di bawahnya, ya mungkin kualitasnya pasti berbeda. Berbanding lurus.
Okay, of course, a lot of people ask, so what does Audio Technica make? Our first product is the cartridge, correct? And then you see now Audio Technica microphone, outside also got Audio Technica headphone. So what we do best is actually the transducer. The transducer is a product that convert energy from one form to another form. It means from voice to electrical energy or electrical energy to audio. So this is what we do best.
Jadi ini adalah keahliannya Audio Technica. Mereka memproduksi sebuah transducer. Transducer adalah sebuah alat yang mengkonversi atau mengubah sebuah energi, satu bentuk energi jadi dari satu bentuk ke bentuk yang lainnya. Seperti yang dilihat di gambar, di situ ada gelombang suara, terus menggunakan perangkat device diubah menjadi sinyal elektrik gitu. Go on.
Okay, this one easy. Don't need to explain. Input we make, output we also make. Okay, boleh. Okay, of course, the next thing a lot of people always ask, so where is Audio Technica in the world? Of course, we know other brands. We see many advertisements, we see many things, but do you know that Audio Technica, we have been supporting Olympic Games since 1996, the first show at Atlanta. Then we also work with Grammy Awards since 1998.
Jadi Audio Technica ini sudah menjadi provider utama untuk mikrofon di Olimpiade sejak tahun 1996 di Atlanta. Kemudian mereka juga sudah bekerja di perhelatan Grammy Awards sejak tahun 1998.
We also official sponsor for Summer Sonic since 2002. We are also the official microphone for Moto GP since 2019. We also support Playing for Change, which is a CRS program in 2018. So in short, Audio Technica we are used in a lot of global international events and platform.
Jadi di sini disebutkan bahwa Audio Technica digunakan di banyak platform yang levelnya internasional. Ada di sana ada Summer Sonic, di situ ada juga ternyata dipakai di perhelatan Moto GP juga dan di sebuah acara CSR yang bernama Playing for Change sejak tahun 2018.
But because all people ask, hey Pak, but we don't know because Japanese philosophy is when we do, we don't say because we do it for here. Yeah, this is the Japanese way. Other brand, they will do one small thing, they will tell the whole world. But Japanese brand, we do but we don't tell.
Jadi filosofinya orang Jepang itu kalau misalnya mereka punya atau memenangkan sebuah award, sebuah penghargaan, mereka nggak terus istilahnya pamer seperti kalau tadi saya sama Mr. Jinfu sudah ngobrol, kalau misalnya ada brand Amerika memenangkan suatu penghargaan sekecil apapun, mereka akan membuat seluruh dunia tahu kalau mereka memenangkan award itu. Tapi kalau pabrikan atau produsen dari Jepang, mungkin kita malah nggak tahu kalau ternyata mereka punya award yang ya mungkin malah lebih banyak mungkin gitu. Itu adalah memang semangatnya dari mereka, kebanggaannya buat mereka sendiri begitu. Tidak perlu dipamerkan istilahnya gitu.
Okay, so this one don't need to explain. We will just play the video. Ta-da! Welcome to Moto GP. Video, not the actual thing, video.
It was amazing in the end of the day, and we tried the important things. Yeah, of course it was a really good lap about the tires and the race pace. Looks like we are closer, but as always, a lot of.
Okay, how many of you watch Moto GP?
Siapa yang nonton MotoGP teman-teman?
Okay, so people who watch Moto GP, thank you, because the sound is all by us. We actually developed a lot of microphones for Moto GP, and sometimes like even when you see the pit when they're changing the tire, we actually use our boundary mic on top. Then if you see the very big shotgun, this the very big shotgun. This was actually developed for the Olympic Games, but we use for MotoGP because this shotgun has a lot more low-end energy compared to a normal shotgun. All right. We also have a lot of other things that we played around for MotoGP, and I think Mas was lucky. He managed to see the video that we made a special mic just for the motorcycle alone, to be on the motorcycle to hear the wind sound of the motorcycle. So we did a lot of R&D together with MotoGP team. So this is Audio Technica for us, for you guys.
Jadi Audio Technica bikin dan mengembangkan berbagai tipe mikrofon untuk MotoGP sendiri. Jadi ada yang pemakaiannya, ada yang di kamera untuk dipasang di, misal di sirkuit itu ada banyak banget titik-titik pemasangan kamera kayak di tempat syuting kameranya, lalu ada yang di starting line, ada yang di pit lane, dan bahkan ada suara-suara ketika orang-orang yang bekerja di dalam pit stopnya itu untuk mengganti rantai atau mereka sedang ada ngobrol di dalam, itu bahkan semuanya ada mic-nya dengan jenis yang beda-beda, dan itu adalah semua dari Audio Technica.
Okay, so these are some of the milestones, some of the products that we have that we've done in the market with all the turntable, the microphone, the headphones, and everything.
Sejarah singkat dari pencapaian milestone dari Audio Technica selama 60 tahun itu dari tahun 1967 sampai 60 tahun kemudian di tahun 2009 yang terakhir itu ada USB turntable.
Okay, so this is also a microphone that we developed for the Olympic game and also the Moto GP. So first thing, this microphone is very problematic. Not because it's not good, but when I go through the custom, they will stop me because it look like a bomb.
Ini mikrofon ini sering bikin masalah karena nanti kalau dibawa ke luar negeri nanti sampai di bea cukai ditanyain dikira bom karena bentuknya yang memang aneh kayak gini. Ini didesain untuk Olimpiade dan untuk MotoGP. Okay.
Of course, you know, the photo is not good. I must show you guys how it sounds like. So this is the mic. And now this is one mic here for the mono sound, and this is the mic for the immersive sound. So right now you're hearing mono.
Ini contoh pengaplikasian mic yang tadi. Yang tadi mono, yang ini yang immersive. Stereo ini.
Now we need to go Bali for holiday, right? Take a plane now. Now mono. Only one mic. Okay, I'm sure you guys can hear the difference, correct? Correct? Boleh?
Kedengaran bedanya?
Okay. The key thing why we developed this mic and put 8 capsule is to do a near coincident array so that you can capture the time difference and the distance difference so that you can have different layer for the audio.
Jadi kenapa tadi rancangan desain mic-nya bentuknya aneh kayak yang tadi dibilang mungkin di bea cukai dikira kayak bom itu tadi karena Audio Technica pengen menangkap si audio itu dengan real time mungkin, se-imersif mungkin. Jadi misal kayak di starting line MotoGP. Jadi ada yang dia jalan dari jauh, itu suaranya bisa terdengar dari masih jauh sampai terdengar keras sekali lalu menghilang. Itu supaya bisa menangkap suaranya dari berbagai angle, kira-kira begitu.
Okay, of course, you know, another design requirement for the mic is for easy tuning to Atmos. So that's why we have 4 on top, 4 below. The 4 on top is for your Atmos. Of course, you want to get something better, you can. You can do a Deca 3 with 4 more for the height, but that's going to be very heavy. This one, 1 orang boleh. Deca 3, I think 2-3 orang to set up, correct?
Jadi ada yang versi lebih besarnya. Kalau yang tadi masih versi yang kecilnya, mungkin dibawa 1 orang bisa. Kalau yang lebih besarnya, soundnya memang bakal lebih detail, tapi tidak bisa dioperasikan hanya 1 orang aja. Mungkin membutuhkan 2 atau 3 orang, begitu.
Of course, these are some of the awards we have won for Audio Technica. I think we just show you the awards. Don't need to translate. These are all the awards that we win. Music Tech Gold Award winner, NAM Show Tech Award winner. Okay, so Audio Technica are commitment because we are a Japanese company. We have the ISO, and a lot of our products are actually made in Japan.
Jadi sungguh produknya Audio Technica itu benar-benar mereka berkomitmen ke inovasi, ke layanan pelanggan dan juga desain-desain yang sangat mendetail bikinnya. Dan di slide sebelumnya tadi sudah dilihat beberapa award, beberapa penghargaan yang pernah dimenangkan oleh Audio Technica begitu. Dan kebanyakan dari produknya Audio Technica masih dibuat langsung dari Jepang. Okay.
Okay, next slide. A lot of people always like to ask who use Audio Technica because a lot of brand they know who use the other 2 brands, right? But these are the users of Audio Technica. Okay, in the artist industry, we all know that a lot of the artists are always endorsed. People will pay money, correct, for artist endorsement. But Audio Technica never pay money for all these artists. It's the engineer who choose the mic for the artist, not we pay money. So this is the difference between Audio Technica and other brands.
Jadi ada brand-brand lain yang biasanya kalau mau mengendorse artis itu mereka membayar artisnya supaya mereka mau pakai produknya. Sedangkan Audio Technica tidak melakukan itu. Justru biasanya kalau Audio Technica adalah si engineer dari artisnya yang meminta Audio Technica supaya mereka diberikan produk-produk itu. begitu. Jadi Audio Technica tidak pernah membayar artis-artisnya supaya mereka mau pakai produknya, begitu.
Jadi kalau boleh saya tambahkan, kalau ada teman-teman di sini ada di dunia rental juga ya, rental production ya. Mungkin sama-sama tahu atau ada yang belum tahu juga. Jadi di dunia production internasional itu kenapa kok kita lihat artis ini kok pakainya itu, artis ini pakainya itu. Nah itu lebih ke marketing side gitu. Jadi manufacturer atau factory cenderung siapa ini production manajernya nih. Siapa yang bisa aku pegang nih. Aku taruh barang, aku taruh uang, di mana kamu main barangku ada di situ. Di mana kamu main equipmentku ada di situ. Jadi bisa dibilang seperti Pilpres kemarin ya, money politik ya. Nah kenapa kita jarang lihat kalau kita lihat video konser, DVD, YouTube. Oh banyak kan brand ini, brand itu. Kok jarang lihat Audio Technica? Karena ya prinsipnya itu, idealismenya itu. Kalau engineer yang mau, bukan mereka mau taruh uang supaya orang mau pakai gitu. Jadi benar-benar kembali kepada kualitas produknya sendiri.
Okay. So of course, a lot of people always say, "Papa, all these they are old already. Do you have newer user of Audio Technica or not?" Yes, we have. So Billie Eilish, her first album that won the awards was recorded on the 2020, the Humble 2020. Yeah.
Album pertamanya Billie Eilish yang direkam di tahun 2020, yang memenangkan segitu banyaknya award itu juga menggunakan.
He's also a huge fan of our mics, and this is the mic that he chose for Metallica, the 5400 for vocals, 4050 for cabinet, 650 for snare, the 2500 for guitar cab, the toms and the overhead. He spot mic every cymbal, the ride, the clash, the splash, every cymbal was spot mic, even the hi-hats. So that's for Big Mic.
Jinfu, maybe you can explain why some people asking the Metallica vocalist, you said that in this slide using Audio Technica, but everybody in here, I believe, everybody watching Metallica anywhere in your YouTube, in your video, it's using the
brand.
That brand.
Okay,
can you tell the story?
Okay, so what happened, right, is that long time ago, Metallica was all on Audio Technica.
What's inside?
And then after that, another brand paid money to use the very vintage looking mic that we all know. In the interview, when they interview Big Mic on the new microphone, Big Mic say, well, the mic looks good, but it took me quite a while to make it sound like the previous mic. So we don't need to say anything much about that. So of course, in the music business, it's always about endorsement and money. So unfortunately, we are not willing to pay for Metallica. Yeah, because to our Japan mentality is if we have to pay you, then you are a mercenary. You do not love our brand. So we rather pay people who love our brand. Yeah.
Jadi pertanyaannya tadi adalah kenapa kalau katanya tadi di situ ditulis kalau Metallica itu pakai produk-produk itu dari Audio Technica, kok kita kalau lihat di YouTube, kita lihat di mana-mana, kenapa kok mereka kayaknya kok mereknya bukan itu ya mic-nya? Jadi ada cerita tadi dari si Big Mic Huge tadi, kok kamu pakai ini sih? Oh, soalnya intinya mereka mendapatkan endorsement, terus bentuknya mic-nya bagus dan dia bisa nge-tuning supaya ya suaranya mirip lah kayak suaranya yang di Audio Technica ini. Terus tadi ditambahkan sama Jinfu kalau di dunia musik, di musik bisnis ini ya yang jadi inti ya itu tadi. Ada endorsement itu tadi, ada dibayar, ada uang juga. Tapi di Audio Technica prinsipnya adalah nggak mau, mereka tidak mau melakukan itu. Kalau kamu mau istilahnya dibayar, kalau kita harus membayar berarti aku menganggapmu mesin gitu. Seharusnya tidak begitu.
Dia mungkin ada yang sempat browsing, ada itu dia ungkap bahwa oh ya itu barang yang dipakai itu brand ini. Tapi nanti ketika dibuka dalamnya apa yang dipasang di dalamnya. Jadi hanya ya begitulah untuk menutupin perkara ya money politik tadi. Jadi mau nggak mau kali seperti itu. Tapi actually di dalamnya apa yang ada di dalam casing itu ya itu Audio Technica microphone.
Okay, of course, Linkin Park. We also have No Doubt. We also have Selena Gomez. Of course, my favorite Eric Clapton and Elton John. Yeah, I think for Sir Eric Clapton and Sir Elton John, of course, many other brands talk to them, but they don't want because they feel that, we are what they want.
Jadi ini di slide terakhir ini Eric Clapton dan Elton John ini tentu saja banyak banget brand lain selain Audio Technica yang sudah menawarkan diri untuk kalian pakai merekku aja, kalian pakai produkku aja. Tapi mereka tidak mau karena memang pilihan mereka, maksudnya hati mereka adanya di Audio Technica. Mereka paling cocok pakai itu.
Okay, so of course, here's a video for Playing for Change. So this is our community service that we are doing under Audio Technica.
Hey everyone, this is Mark Johnson with Playing for Change. Today I'm excited to announce our new partnership with Audio Technica. I discovered their headphones a few years ago, started taking them out into the streets and the villages around the world. The musicians could hear better, they started to play better, so it's an amazing partnership for us, and we want to thank Audio Technica. Together, great sound is everywhere. One love.
All right, let's play a little bit of a game here. Imagine you're shooting a film or video and you have a choice to make between really good video quality and really good audio quality. Which do you choose? You'd be surprised how many people actually choose really good video and how this could probably be to their detriment. And we're going to show you two examples. First, really good audio but really terrible video. So you can see with really terrible video how you can follow what I'm saying, how you can get into the story despite the fact that the image has been degraded. Directors will use this creatively, like the Blair Witch Project, which is like an hour and a half of really terrible video, but the audio is so good you can follow the story. Things change drastically when we switch that around.
Suddenly, with really bad audio, it's hard to take what I'm doing seriously. It's hard to take this whole video seriously. And to get through something like this that's even 5 minutes is painful. This might work maybe with action cams if the content is really good, like a skydiver. We kind of forgive that for a second. But for an actual film content, you can't pull this off. It's terrible and it's unwatchable. And it's only unwatchable because the audio is terrible. So I'm going to switch things back for the benefit of all of us.
You can see how having good video and good audio is so super important. But if you had to choose, you shouldn't have to choose, but if you had to, maybe good audio is what you should be choosing.
Okay, how many of you do film here?
Ada berapa dari kalian yang bikin film di sini? Yang filmmaker?
Nobody? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, but I hope this is a reminder that audio is important. We don't care whether you're using ARRI or RAID, or we are using any of the Supremo Prime, or whether you're using any of the light. But if you can't hear, then I think nobody's gonna watch your production. So the same thing when you're doing a video conference call, the first thing that I do when I cannot hear the other party is that I will end the call and WhatsApp the other party and message.
Jadi semoga dengan video ini tadi juga dan seperti penjelasan Jinfu, misalnya kita harus memilih antara video yang bagus atau ada audio yang bagus, seharusnya sih kita tidak perlu memilih keduanya. Kalau bisa sih ya, misalnya sebuah tontonan, sebuah film itu ya videonya bagus, audionya juga bagus. Tapi kalau harus memilih salah satunya, seperti di contoh tadi dan seperti yang dikatakan tadi, misalnya kita sedang Zoom video, sedang Zoom meeting gitu, kalian pasti lebih memilih kalau suaranya jelas walaupun tidak ada audionya. Daripada nanti ada videonya jelas tapi audionya tidak jelas. Nanti ending-endingnya kita juga bakal tetap ngirim WhatsApp ke dia. Kowe iki ngomong apa toh? Ora jelas, kirim gini wae. Misal kayak gitu. Contohnya kayak gitu. Oke.
Okay, so for the film guys, remember everybody sitting here, please pay them more money when you're using them for audio, okay? Okay, so I'll go back to topic. So introduction, all right. Audio recording is actually not just a science, it's also an art. It's also a skill. A clean, high-quality microphone should not obscure the talent or the subject. All right, and then of course, Audio Technica, we have been in the forefront of recording technology.
Jadi audio recording itu atau perekaman audio bukan hanya sekedar ilmu doang, tapi juga ada seninya dari kemampuan ini. Dari keterampilan ini ada seninya juga, dan mikrofon yang berkualitas tinggi seharusnya tidak menodai, tidak mencemari talenta atau mengubah tone asli si pembawa suaranya, si vokalis ini, tapi malah membantu dia mendeliver talentnya dengan baik dan juga membantu audio engineer untuk nge-mix dengan lebih baik. Dan Audio Technica sendiri sudah menjadi salah satu produk yang berada di garis depan dari seni ini, seni perekaman audio ini, baik di studio, di atas panggung, di auditorium maupun juga di rumah.
Thank you. Okay. Of course. What is this?
Apa itu? Gambar apa, teman-teman? Ada yang bisa menebak? Adalah sebuah gambar.
Very good.
Mikrofon.
Mic, right?
Mic.
So what is this? Microphone. Okay. So what does he do?
Apa fungsinya?
Pick up sound. Very smart. Very smart. Okay. I see. Then what's this?
Itu apa?
Another microphone, right?
Mikrofon lain.
And what does he do? Also the same, right? Pick up sound. Correct? Okay. Tak tahu. Okay, tahu. Okay, then what's this?
Terus yang ketiga apa ini? Oke, mikrofon juga.
Another microphone. Very confusing, right? What should he do? Also pick
Fungsinya
up
apa?
sound.
Sama.
So of course, if you ask the film guys and we show 3 lenses, 85, a 35, and a 50, they also say the same thing, it's a lens. Correct? You also pick up the image.
Jadi kalau ada 3 lensa yang milimeternya beda-beda yang dipakai filmmaker, misal kita sebagai orang awam nanya, gunanya apa nih? Ya ini buat ngerekam, mengambil gambarnya pakai lensa ini. Yang ini juga sama fungsinya. Terus yang ini sama juga. Kayak gitu. Begitupun dengan 3 ini. Nah, begitu. Penjelasan berikutnya setelah ini.
Okay. So of course, the key thing, I mean, just now the exercise is letting you know that every mic do the same thing, pick up sound, but it's a tool for you as the engineer to use because they're all different, correct? So what is audio? Audio is very simple. What we're hearing now is audio. It's a mechanical energy through the medium, which is air. Of course, if there's no air, then there's no sound. Please do not use this to kill people, okay? All right, our ears are like microphones, you pick up sound.
Audio ini sebenarnya secara simpel bisa diartikan sebagai energi mekanis yang ditransfer, yang ditransmit melalui sebuah medium. Medium itu disebut udara. Jadi seandainya di sini tidak ada udara, maka tidak akan ada suara karena tidak sampai. Begitu.
Alright. Okay, so what defines audio? Audio can be defined by the pitch, alright, in the frequency. So higher frequency is higher pitch, lower frequency is lower pitch, correct? Our human ear can only hear 20 to 20K. I can only hear 50 to 12K. Yeah, so a good audio device should correspond similarly from 20 to 20K.
Oke, jadi definisi audio itu tadi yang dijelaskan di slide sebelumnya adalah energi mekanik yang dibawa oleh udara. Jadi selama di situ ada udara, energi mekanik ini bisa ditransmit seperti yang kita lihat di sini, pergerakannya density-nya juga berubah-ubah. Itulah yang menyebabkan kenapa ada frekuensi low, frekuensi mid, frekuensi high, dan telinga kita bisa tangkap itu. Nah, kembali lagi kepada algoritma cara telinga mendengar di slide sebelumnya, bahwa kita nggak mendengar sekedar suara, tapi di sekeliling kepala ini yang dikatakan seperti mikrofon adalah ada udara. Nah, itulah kenapa tadi di awal Audio Technica mendevelop immersive microphone, nggak cuma sekedar satu mono microphone untuk mengcapture suara secara real seperti cara telinga manusia mendengar secara real untuk di capture dalam sebuah recorded device. Gitu, demikian.
Okay. So this is, what's a microphone? So, it's the opposite of headphone. So it picks up mechanical acoustic energy. It has a diaphragm inside like a eardrum and convert the energy into electrical energy. I'm sure you all know this, so don't need to explain. Do you need him to explain? Don't need, right? You all know, right? Tahu, right?
Semua udah paham ya.
Bagian ini tidak perlu ditranslate ya.
Physics 101. So sorry. Please don't sleep. Okay. Okay, so the key thing that you guys need to take note that in terms of microphone transducer in the whole world, there's maybe around 4 types. Your condenser, your dynamic, your piezo, and then your ribbon. Okay, so but most of the time for Audio Technica, we make mostly condenser and dynamic. And you can take a note. Okay, so which one do you think is the dynamic? Top or bottom?
Yang dynamic microphone yang atas atau yang bawah? Menurut teman-teman?
Okay, dynamic top. Who say dynamic is the one on top?
Jadi ada beberapa tipe mikrofon tapi yang paling umum banyak kita kenal dan paling banyak diproduksi adalah condenser dan dynamic. Nah, di sini yang mana nih yang dynamic nih?
I should have bought the headphone and used it for audience response. Then everybody will say the answer, right? Okay, next time. Okay, so let's see. Okay, dynamic. This is a dynamic diaphragm. Okay, so this is the most common. Every time you see in the karaoke or in the whatever not, you will always see the dynamic capsule. So the dynamic capsule is like this, right? You see this, the magnet inside there, very thick, very big. All right, so this is the dynamic mic over here. So it is very cheap to make. But of course, some other brands will sell it more expensive, but it's the R&D that's inside to make it durable, make it hardy, make it sound good. But because the membrane is thicker, this means that the microphone response speed will not be very fast. So for how many of you play guitar over here?
Siapa aja yang main gitar di sini?
Very nice. Okay, how many of you know Dragon Force?
Ada berapa yang tahu Dragon Force?
Very good. Okay, so for Herman's playing, usually he cannot use the dynamic mic because the dynamic mic response is not as fast as he's playing. So most of the time, if you hear a lot of the metal recording, it's not using a dynamic mic. They use a dynamic mic and also a condenser because the condenser can respond in time to all the notes. You guys can try. If you pick as fast as Herman, then your dynamic mic will sound a bit muddy.
Jadi kalau contohnya kayak Dragon Force, kayak Herman Lee. Dia bermain di sana kan tangannya ora iso alon to dek. Jadi dia main dengan sangat cepat. Jadi mungkin kalau dia malah kalau menggunakan mikrofon dynamic, dia soundnya tidak akan sebersih kalau dia pakai condenser. Karena apa? Karena tadi udah dibilang di sana ada membran yang lebih tebal dan ada voice coil, ada coil suara itu bikin suaranya jadi lebih tidak jadi lebih muddy. Jadi tidak terlalu transparent dan dia responsnya tidak secepat tipe mikrofon yang satunya, yaitu yang condenser begitu.
Okay, of course, another thing for dynamic microphone, very prominent is the proximity effect. I think you guys know that, right? Proximity effect. When you put the dynamic mic or the cardioid mic closer to the mouth, you get higher bass response. But when you put it further away, the bass response go back to normal. All right. So this is also another thing that you guys can use as an engineer. But when it comes to a condenser, that we see in the studio, like all your AKG 414, U87, all these, the Audio Technica 4050, all these, the 2020, they're all condenser. Because why is the condenser so sensitive? Because you have this diaphragm that's very, very thin, very, very thin. All right, 0.01 micron or something. And then when you talk, when there's audio, it vibrates very, very fast because it's very, very thin. The dynamic mic diaphragm is very, very thick. So when you talk, the energy, you need more energy to push, correct? But for this, you need less energy to push. That's why it's very sensitive. When it's vibrating, the plate with the charge will react and give you your audio signal. And that's why for more sensitive things, you use a condenser. And also because of this, a condenser can be made into very, very small. You see all your lapel mic, or your theater mic, they're all condensers because they can make it small. You cannot use a dynamic mic and make it very, very small because you still need the diaphragm to be big enough for it to react. But condenser, because they can make it small, I mean, it's like this, they can make it very, very small, many small. All right. But of course, you need phantom power because of that. Otherwise, the condenser cannot work.
Jadi di condenser ini dia pemakaiannya bisa digunakan dibuat untuk yang lebih kecil lagi. Seperti di mic lavalier, mic lapel itu yang biasa kita temui kalau orang-orang wawancara atau bikin podcast atau gimana. Terus buat mic apa sih? Kalau saya nyebutnya mic Agnes Monica gitu yang model kayak gitu itu bisa dipakai juga.
Headset
karena
mikrofon.
Ya, headset mikrofon gitu juga.
Headset.
Dan di teater kadang-kala setupnya di atas dahi. Kita semua nggak pernah lihat, nggak pernah tahu itu. Tapi kalau yang berkecimpung di dunia teater pasti tahu mikrofon di sini.
Begitu. Jadi karena dia lebih tipis, membrannya tidak setebal yang tadi dynamic, makanya dia suaranya kita tidak perlu nge-push sebanyak kalau kita pakai mikrofon dynamic. Makanya tadi misal mikrofon dynamic dijauhin dikit hilang suaranya. Sedangkan kalau kondenser kita responsnya akan berbeda, akan lebih mudah untuk nge-push.
Of course, if you see you can see other microphone and their response curve. As an engineer, you must learn how to read this, okay? Most of the condenser is a flat line. Because of the response of the capsule inside is very thin, it can respond to all the frequency. That's why you always have it flat.
Jadi karena dia tipis, membrannya tipis, jadi respons frekuensinya akan lebih flat, jauh lebih flat daripada yang versi mikrofon dynamic. Dan makanya dia lebih bisa menangkap frekuensi dengan lebih detail dan bahkan low frequency responsnya akan lebih stabil daripada pakai yang dynamic, begitu.
Of course, that being said, some people will feel that maybe I want flat. But then, of course, as an engineer, sometimes flat may not be good. All right, correct? If you use flat on a kick drum, you don't want. You want to cut 400, you want to boost 100. Maybe you want 1K, 2K for the slap, correct? And then maybe let's say, for my voice, I want flat. But maybe on the MC, we want a bit more low-end boost because we need the low-end boost for female. Or you use for the radio DJ voice, you need the 100, 200 to sound very, very deep. So this is all the things about microphone wise. So flat doesn't mean it's good. You must use it for the right purpose.
Jadi itu tadi ya, kenapa tadi ada mikrofon buat apa? Capture audio. Ada mikrofon lagi buat apa? Capture audio. Ada mikrofon tipe yang berikutnya capture audio. Semuanya capture audio, tapi kita semua tahu mikrofon wise. Kita mau ngapain, mikrofon apa yang kita perlu. Terus responnya seperti apa yang kita perlu pakai untuk instrumen ini. Jadi semua ada peruntukannya. Itulah sebabnya kenapa frekuensi respon sebuah mikrofon itu sangat penting.
Alright, thank you. Okay, so I think okay. So of course, I think most of you already know this, correct? Like all the different elements, the different diaphragm size, your 1 inch, your large diaphragm, your half inch is your small diaphragm, all the different polar pattern. But of course, for the benefit of people who don't really understand, so this is just the pickup pattern in a nutshell. Your omnidirectional 360 degrees. All right, your cardioid 131, your supercardioid 115, hypercardioid 105, and your figure of 8, your bidirectional. Okay?
Jadi ini ya polar pattern ada berbagai macam, tipe mikrofon ada berbagai macam, polar pattern juga berbagai macam. Jadi ini semua menentukan di mana microphone ini dipakai, untuk apa microphone ini dipakai.
Okay. So in short, most of the time, why a lot of the handheld mics are cardioid? This is a cardioid pickup pattern. Check.
Nah ini mostly untuk mic vokal ada cardioid ya, kita lihat responnya seperti ini.
Yeah. So of course, if you're on stage, if you're a rapper and you always do this, check. Hey, cardioid, right? But how come the belakang also can pick up? Because when you cover the mic, it becomes an omnidirectional because you're blocking the interference tube. So to all those engineers here, please go and scold the rapper and the beatboxer and the singer when they do this, okay? You notice that the tone also change. Correct? Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Very simple, because omnidirectional microphone, there's no proximity. So you sound very sharp. But if you want to use it for effect, boleh. But if you want to be an MC like her, but still do this, now you sound like I sound like shit, right? I sound lousy, right? Yes, that's why. But if you use this for effect, like all those kind of effect, boleh. But you want to do MC, that's not boleh, correct? Alright, so just take note, okay?
Jadi itu mikrofon punya polar pattern, lalu kemudian kalau kita lihat penyanyi nutup mikrofonnya, yang terjadi adalah mikrofon ini polar patternnya berubah, unpredictable. Kemudian ketika polar pattern ini berubah, polar pattern changing, itu kemudian spike di frekuensi responnya juga tidak bisa ditebak. Makanya kadang-kadang bisa sengau, terus bengek, suaranya lebih tajam. Nah itu tidak bisa ditebak karena kita memaksa polar patternnya berubah. Contoh ini suara saya juga berubah. Ketika saya, cara bekapnya kan beda-beda, kadang ada yang bekap begini, terus kalau bekap begini. Beda-beda semua dan polar patternnya berubah. Resikonya kalau kita di live sound engineering, potensi feedbacknya lebih besar. Karena spike frekuensinya tidak bisa ditebak.
Yeah, that's why when you cover and the rapper, yo, what's up people? That's why. Because now omnidirectional, now no cancellation, feedback. Okay? You see, okay, omnidirectional used in the proper studio. Don't use in live stage. But depends. If you use for orchestra, maybe boleh. Alright. And another thing about omnidirectional. Check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Where I shift the mic, I still sound the same. That's the advantage. That's why in location sound, the mic is always omnidirectional. You put here boleh, here boleh. They turn also boleh, turn here also boleh. If you use cardioid, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, habis. Okay, got sound. Hey, habis. So this is the difference, okay? Take note, cardioid, we already demonstrate. Belakang, no sound. Here, got sound, okay? You turn, no sound. Here, got sound. Very good when you go to the stage. We go to all the places where the singing is very loud, cardioid. Hypercardioid is good for even louder stage, like all the jang, all the very loud ones. Because if you do this, there's an isolation over here, correct? And you can put the monitor here, then the guy can hear. Because usually, most important, okay, when we place the monitor also, you put here, but our ears is here, bro. So you need to put very loud before they can hear, correct? But if you slant your monitor, the monitor is shooting to the ear. Then you use hypercardioid to cut the side, then boleh. Okay? Because most important, if the monitor is here, the artist will, hey bro, I cannot hear bro, guitar, not good, loud. But when he turn, oh, so loud. Because the monitor is shooting in this direction. Correct, guys? Correct? This is physics. This is common sense. But musicians all know common sense. Only engineer common sense, okay? All right? I'm both, okay? So sometimes when I play on the stage, I always know common sense. Okay, but when you put the monitor at the side, because it's shooting at this angle, you can hear, correct? So that's why in a lot of stage, you will see the guitarist, the monitor is like that. They can hear, but the monitor in front, then they tak boleh. Okay, so this is also for you to plan. But if your monitor is in front, no, it's at the side, then you need hypercardioid. So you do not pick up the monitor sound. Okay?
Ya udah paham. Jadi kenapa kok kita perlu ngerti polar pattern, karena kita juga jadi tahu untuk merencanakan kenapa polar pattern seperti ini, monitornya kita harus taruh seperti apa supaya rejection microphone ini kita bisa dapatkan secara optimal, tidak mudah feedback, kemudian arah datangnya suara tidak bocor ke dalam kapsul mikrofon, tapi si vokalis bisa mendengar dengan jelas. Suara di telinga dia jelas, ke mikrofon pas di area rejectionnya. Itulah kenapa kita perlu tahu polar pattern.
Okay, this one I'll skip because we already talked about this. Cardioid also skip because we talked about this. Then hypercardioid also we will skip because we will talk about this. Okay, but of course, what's the best microphone? Absolute linear? Flat? No? You're listening or you're very smart. Okay, no noise? Maybe. No distortion? Depends, okay? All right, no linearity in the dynamic range, absolute accurate frequency response over all solid angles. I don't know. Okay, but this may be the perfect measurement microphone. Correct? But in reality, all of us want a microphone for different things. Just like when you choose car, you want to go very fast, you go for Ferrari or Lamborghini. But when you want to fetch your family, then you need to go for the Toyota, correct? The 8-seater. But still, they're all car, 4 wheels. It really depends on your application. So the good engineer will choose the right microphone for the right application. Okay, so most important, microphones are instrument, are your tool, okay? The most used microphone are always not the most perfect, but it's perfect for that situation, okay? The microphone will have their own character, just like how lens will have different character. And then if you need to, you can use the microphone to change the sound, okay? Maybe if I use the kick drum mic, our sound even bigger. But most important is the sound source, which is her, very important, more important than the microphone. Because if she sound like shit, then the engineer will have stress. But she sounds so good, engineer no stress, correct? So the most important thing to having good sound, hire the right person. Don't hire me, hire her as MC. Okay? Hire me and then tak boleh lah, the sound, ayo. Okay? That's why most important, okay? Everybody. But when the sound is bad, they don't say MC is bad. They say you are bad. Correct? 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 So, take note, okay? If you know the MC is bad, go and kill the MC, okay? Not her, she's good, okay? Always remember, don't be blamed. It's not your problem, okay? Okay, so just a revision, okay, frequency response, okay? So frequency response wise, right, flatter is better, but depend. If you want to use for vocal mic, maybe not so. All right, so some of the microphone will roll off for the low frequency. Though that's important if you're doing some of the recording. You don't want to record the low frequency, you can roll off, okay? Then like for example, this is the typical condenser. If you have a minus 10 dB roll off, then you can cut away the low frequency. It's important if, let's say, you are maybe doing some of the live stage and you want to cut away the low because of the drum. You want to cut away the low frequency. Or even if, let's say, you're doing the tom or the snare, you want to cut away the 100 because that's the kick drum department, not the high tom and the snare department. Cut away. Or you're doing the hi-hat or the cymbal. You don't need to use 100 hertz for cymbals, right? There's no 100 hertz for you anyway, right? Cut away. So in audio-wise, the more you cut away the things you don't need, remove all the nasi, remove all the whatever not, then only put what you need. Okay?
Ini salah satu typical respon condenser microphone untuk di live application ya, di mana mostly ada sedikit roll off di bagian frekuensi rendah karena memang peruntukannya di atas panggung di mana banyak bocoran low frekuensi. Dari awal sudah di-cut dulu, jadi ini unwanted noise untuk channel ini. Ini unwanted noise untuk microphone ini. Jadi dia udah siapkan dan kemudian kecenderungannya sampai ke atas flat. Jadi benar-benar mengcapture suara dari source-nya itu lebih natural.
Of course, I think we all know the proximity effect. With the proximity effect, I sound very good. But without proximity effect, I sound very thin. Okay? Use this for your own advantage. When the mic is closer to the source, you have proximity. Then you can look, I'm your father. Compared to, look, I'm your father. Very different, right? Very different in the response. So use this as an advantage. For people who are doing content, podcasting, everything, voiceover, proximity is your best friend because the low frequency is the one that captures the attention. not a high frequency. Correct? Always use this. Most important thing as a sound engineer, as a creator, all this is psychoacoustics. Always remember that acoustic energy can affect people's mood. So very important. That's why all the MC all talk like that. Okay? Because you have the low frequency, you have the body.
Nah, jadi ini yang berikutnya kenapa kita harus tahu tentang frekuensi respon juga, nggak sekedar cuma tahu tipe mikrofon dan harganya. Karena aplikasi berbeda, contoh tadi dicontohkan podcast, kita butuh sound yang tebal supaya apa? Lihat orang ini lebih wibawa orangnya lebih ada. Kemudian di sini kita lihat frekuensi responnya berbeda dari yang tadi. Tadi flat, di sini beda karena ada bump di sini, ada nambah di sini. Cenderungannya di mikrofon dynamic untuk vokal biasanya ada, karena untuk present boost. Jadi supaya mixer dibuka, vokalnya sudah nongol. Karena informasi artikulasi semua ada di sini. Jadi mikrofon vokal cenderung menyiapkan frekuensi respon. Jadi jangan langsung, mikrofon vokal kalau kondenser pasti bagus. Kemudian dikasih tipe kondenser untuk hi-hat. Ya mungkin vokalnya nggak nongol. Begitu diganti yang dynamic dengan frekuensi respon seperti ini, vokalnya langsung nongol. Jadi itulah kenapa kita perlu tahu frekuensi respon juga.
Right. So this is just a recap. So I'll just skip that. Okay, so there's no one rule, okay? Most important, okay? If it sounds good, means you have done a good job, okay? All right? And nobody complain, good job. Nobody complain and give you money, best job. Okay, most important, all right? Correct, right? We are here to do sound, it's a job. So we must make sure no complain, good job, we get the money, most important, then we can buy more gear. Then you can buy the more guitar, buy the JCM 100, 900, okay? All right, so the most important thing, right, this slide is to show you guys, right, there's a lot of people who use other mics but actually get a good sound. So there's no absolute rule, okay? Of course, there's physics, but if you are using the microphone in a creative manner and sound good, means you are doing a good job. If the musician never complain, you are doing a good job. If they come back to you, bro, wow, this is the best guitar sound I ever heard, then you have done the best job. Okay? Because a lot of time the musicians may not be a sound engineer, but most sound engineers are also musicians. So we know the key thing about being a good sound engineer is to apply our knowledge and also communicate to the people on stage to make sure that they know they are taken care of and they don't complain. And to make sure that they know that we know. Because a lot of time, most of us when you're playing on stage, we always say the engineer don't know what they're doing, correct? Because the engineer never communicate. So as engineers, we also need to talk to the musician, talk to the MC, get her phone number, that kind of thing. Don't get her phone number, okay, but talk to them. Let them know that we are going to take care of you for the show. We will give you the best sound. Anything, any concern, let us know. Communication. Communication can help you guys solve many issues. Okay? All right. So of course, these are some examples. This one I will skip because there will be a lot more examples. But just now you see, right, for Olympic game, right, this is what we use. Okay? To pick up the footstep of the running. How can you have a running Olympic game but no footstep? Correct? And how do we pick up? Not the shotgun, the mini shotgun we put here. And the reason why we choose this, because the Olympic committee, they test all the mic. They get the sound man to run, trip, fall down, and see which mic will have injury. This one, no injury. Really. You look at me like, Bug, really? Yes, because if you are running at this high speed, I'm not high speed, I'm slow. I'm slow speed, okay? But when you trip and fall, the mic needs to be safe for the runner. The mic can die, the runner cannot die. But of course, our mic never die. Okay, because usually when you take this mic and you throw at her, she will die, correct? But that's why in the Olympic game, what we did is that we actually test with our own stuff. We run, we trip, we make sure that the mic is safe. And the mic must also pick up the steps. So in the actual Olympic game, this is the amount of mics that we use along the track. Many mics to pick up the sound of the running. Yeah. So most important, of course, but Olympic game lah. That's why I can use so many. But this is also why you need to tell your customer, all the film people, that satu mic tak boleh lah. Like you need so many lighting, right? You also need so many mic. Okay, very important. If you want the good audio capture, then you need to plan for all this. This is our job for audio people. Okay, it's never the customer budget low. Then, so what we did in the Olympic committee is very simple. We put all the mic, the best setup, and then we say, okay, Park, your budget $10, this is the $10 sound. Budget $100, this is $100 sound. Then we on more mic. Budget, wow, 1,000. Okay, then we on even more mic. Then after we on, then after that, they ask, so what's the ultimate? Okay, you listen first. Then we on everything. Then you, how much do I need to pay? Then, but they paid. Because they can understand. So if you're talking to and pitching to your customer, always let them know what's the lousiest. The minimum you pay maybe 1,000 rupiah, this is what you get. You pay 1 million, this is what you get. So they can compare and understand. All right, so this is what we did for our big committee, and then after that they realized, I need to invest in all this to have the world-class broadcast sound. Of course, this is also an example where we put the mic there. The mic is actually here. You can see the cable, and we put the protection on the mic because they are doing the shot put. So if the ball hit the mic also habis. Yeah. And then the mic that we use, the conference microphone. Okay, all these can be used for sports. Why not? And then you see this high jump. Okay, I cannot jump, but they jump. Okay, we use this. The very small lapel mic, we put over here, where they have the pole. Why? Why do we need to do that? Very stupid, right? We put it there so that when you are jumping, if your shot hit the pole, the sound is captured by the mic. If your leg hit the pole, the tong, and then you know you die, you mati, you lose already, also captured. If you don't hit the pole, then no sound. But this is the emotion because sports is about here, the emotion. All right, just like when you do film, sound design, when you do music, sound design, sports, a lot of sound design. It's the visual and the sound that make it more happening. That's why all the hantu movie, the music is very important. The sound effect is important because no hantu, no sound effect means hantu not yet, haven't come yet. Correct? That's why always remember, as sound people, we control the emotion. Not the RE camera, not the lighting, it's the sound that is controlling the emotion. Why? Because long time ago, when we are all the hunter, when we have Godzilla and T-Rex, we hear the sound, we are afraid when we hear the doom, doom sound, because it's Godzilla coming. It's built inside us. So we can know all this sound, all this emotion is all of you who can create the emotion. If you watch Sadako, no audio, no scared. Correct? But you watch Sadako, no image, but you hear, also scared. Correct? So you can tell your wife, never mind, you watch ghost movie, cover her eyes, but the music, she also scared. Okay? So all this is very important for audio.
Jadi ini bedanya ini ya, company yang benar-benar memikirkan nggak cuma sekedar barang tapi secara psikologi, cara orang mendengar, secara emosi. Nah ini bedanya. Yang tadi dibilang, ini gila kan naruh mikrofon di sini. Tapi dia mikir, way of thinkingnya supaya, oh dia gerak, ya konyol kalau itu kayunya gerak tapi nggak ada suara. Jadi seperti Charlie Chaplin lagi, jadi benar-benar memikirkan secara vision, secara hearing, secara psikologi, secara emosi. Jadi orang nonton dari jarak jauh di belahan dunia yang lain pun bisa merasakan apa itu vibe-nya di tempat itu seperti apa. Si atlet itu seperti apa ketika dengar bunyi kletak kayak gitu tadi. Jadi terus secara teman-teman yang filmmaker juga kan suara juga belum ada apa-apa, kalau udah tahu suaranya juga. Nah ini udah tahu ini nih, udah takut nih, udah serem, udah happy nih gitu.
Alright, thank you. Okay, so I guess maybe next time I will do more on stereo and immersive technique. But I'm sure you guys already know what is this, okay? So in stereo technique, a lot of times there's two major knowledge or two major method, where you have the coincidence, where is your X, Y, sorry, not XY, but you have your XY, your MS, okay, or your near consider where you have an ORTF and on the rest of similar technique. So the key thing about stereo is that when you have a coincident technique, MS or XY like this, when you mix to mono, boleh, because no phase cancellation. But you want ORTF and wider, wide and space, because when you have the space, you have the time difference, then you sound more spreaded. Okay, so but all this, there's no best way. It's depending on what you want, or what the director want, or what the boss want. So all these are techniques that we can use, but it really depends on how creative you are. Okay, but of course, if you are the engineer who have to make the mic, then different. We have to go according to the Olympic spec and all this. But as creative person, always remember, we are engineer, but we are also creative. We can use all this as a skill to deliver what we want. Okay. Okay, so of course, this is more for the kids, right? You know, what microphone to buy, that kind of thing, okay? So always ask yourself, okay, what's the application? Where will I use it? What's my budget? If no budget, then you have to find other method. And then if you're doing home recording, do you have the audio interface or you don't have? Because if you have audio interface, you get more quality and you can upgrade. But you use USB, then you doubly upgrade because it's USB. Okay, you cannot change anymore. Unless you're going to sell, then you buy a new one. Okay, so another thing about podcasts, very important. Okay, why you watch podcasts, you use all the very big, large diaphragm dynamic mic because you want to have the very studio quality, the radio sound, correct? And because it's dynamic, because you want to reject all the ambience, like the projector's noise and everything.
Jadi yang penting untuk pembuatan podcast ini adalah vokal tone-nya itu yang lebih deep. Jadi ada semacam sense of apa ya?
Radio.
Iya, semacam sense of radio voice-nya di situ dan juga dia punya penolakan yang tinggi dari suara-suara ambient di sekitarnya. Jadi mungkin misal kita sedang merekam podcast, kita tidak selalu merekam di situasi yang ideal. Mungkin ada di tempat outdoor, di belakang banyak background noise, ada motor lewat segala macam. Tidak selalu di studio, tidak selalu di tempat yang proper. Makanya kita memilih, penting sekali untuk memilih mic yang tepat untuk podcast gitu. Dan juga selain itu juga dia mudah untuk di setup, mudah untuk diatur dan juga terlihat profesional. Bentuknya mic-nya terlihat profesional, begitu.
Okay, of course the next question, can I use a condenser? Yes, if your room is treated. If your room is not treated or you are maybe like me, you know, only my room is near the highway, then you cannot use condenser because the motorcycle, you'll be inside the mic. Okay, so that's why the easiest to set up for podcast is always a dynamic mic, get a large diaphragm, make it sound big and good. Yeah, that's what you do for podcast.
Jadi bisa nggak tadi pakai condenser? Bisa, asal ada satu syarat yang harus dipenuhi. Misalnya ruangan kalian sudah treated secara audio, sudah sudah dipoles secara audio roomnya itu sudah benar-benar siap untuk menggunakan kondenser, itu akan jadi sangat baik karena dia tidak ada bocoran dari mana-mana, dia sudah beneran kegunaannya hanya untuk itu saja. Karena kalau kondenser seperti yang sudah dibahas di slide yang depan tadi, dia pick up background noise lebih sensitif, makanya harus benar-benar ideal environment-nya sebelum kita memutuskan untuk pakai kondenser. Tapi apakah bisa menggunakan kondenser? Bisa. Itu dia jawabannya.
Okay. Alright, so this is a PP40. We use that a lot also use for kick drum if you want to. Alright, we also have the 2040 that they are using in the podcast room. You guys can go and try if you want. Then for home recording wise, I would say you guys should know most of the thing already, but always ask yourself, you have an audio interface? If no, maybe get one. Alright, because you have an audio interface means you can upgrade. If you have USB, double upgrade. Okay, then what's the best starter microphone? I guess there's a lot, but you can go for the 2020 minimum. Alright, then condenser versus dynamic. Just a recap, you know, dynamic minimize room noise, smooth audio capture, don't need phantom power, but condenser very sensitive. Even your mother nagging also can hear. Then your ibu, Ayah, why you recording? Why you close the door? Okay, then you habis. Okay, or maybe your your sister boyfriend come and pick her up with the motorcycle. Also can pick up. Okay, you also need phantom power. Okay, so this is the thing. But of course, you know, when you have a condenser, it's sensitive. Means you can pick up the nuance of your singing. Of course, I'm not a singer, but if you're like, you know, good singer, can hear more detail. But also because can hear more detail, maybe your Ibu also inside. All right, or maybe she watched the drama, then also inside. Okay, then you need to do more processing, noise gate, all this, all must do. Okay.
Jadi ini rekap dari semua karakteristik condenser dan dynamic microphone. Jadi seperti yang sudah disebutkan tadi, terutama di kondensernya ini sangat sensitif dan bahkan ya itu tadi apakah bisa menggunakan kondenser bisa asal roomnya sudah treated dan dipastikan jauh dari dalam tanda kutip gangguan-gangguan tadi yang sudah disebutkan, ada background noise, ada mungkin suara ibu yang mengomel tadi seperti yang disebutkan sama Jinfu juga, dan selain itu dia butuh juga power tenaga eksternal seperti kayak phantom power tadi begitu. Sedangkan kok yang dynamic lebih mudah untuk dioperasikan. Begitu.
Okay. Now I just play one video, then you guys can go for break. Okay, boleh ya? The video very interesting.
Satu video
The
terakhir
most
sebelum break.
complex and dynamic musical instrument of all is the human voice. Here's everything you need to know to capture a vocal worthy of being the centerpiece of any recording. Before you can capture the ideal vocal sound, you have to make sure that you don't capture two things: excessive ambience and plosives. Plosives are bursts of air that are created when singing or speaking consonants, especially P or B.
The person from Pittsburgh met the president in Pennsylvania.
Placing a pop filter between the singer and mic will prevent the bursts of air from reaching the mic without altering the sound.
The person from Pittsburgh met the president in Pennsylvania.
The second thing is to avoid capturing too much room ambience. What seems like very little room ambience while recording can become greatly exaggerated later on as your vocal is compressed in the mix. For this reason, it's wise to keep the room out of your vocal sound as much as possible. If an acoustic space such as an iso booth isn't available, the next best thing is to surround the vocalist with as much non-reflective acoustic material as possible, like these specially made panels. On a hard floor, place a rug down and arrange the baffles to block out ambient sound from the back and sides. Remember, a cardioid mic will pick up mostly from the front and sides, so make sure to place whatever absorptive material you have where it does the most good.
Okay.
Let
If
the pickup
you-
pattern do the work on the backside. Place
Okay, if you have no budget, which a lot of us are, you know, I also no budget, go to your wife closet, wardrobe, or go to your sister wardrobe, open. Usually a good sister or the good wife should have enough clothes to be like this. Okay, if not enough, then you are the bad husband or bad brother. Okay, see, I support you. Use this, then you tell your, you know, to buy more clothes. Okay, clothes, not shoes. Okay, shoes no cannot work. Clothes only. Bag also tak boleh. Only clothing. Okay, sorry ya.
Ini pengalaman, saya pernah ngalamin yang diomongin. Kalau nggak ada budget buat itu, lemari baju bini, lemari baju adik atau kakak perempuan. Kan kalau cewek pasti bajunya banyak. Dikit-dikit beli baju, nggak punya baju. Lama-lama lemari penuh. Buka, mikrofon ke situ, belakang absorber. Beres.
So now the wife can buy more baju. Thank you.
the most complex and dynamic work on the backside. Placing the singer as close to the mic as possible will help by maximizing the ratio of direct sound to ambience as well. Just be careful not to get so close that proximity effect causes the vocal to get boomy. Here is an AT4040 cardioid condenser behind a pop filter, positioned for minimum room bleed to create the ideal upfront vocal sound.
Walking out, she lives well behind, having paid her tab in full. Out of the darker times, into the sweet sunshine, going to a place called Wonderful.
I think the Indonesian makcik can sing better than her.
Now we've replaced the AT4040 with an AT4060 tube condenser. The AT4060 offers the vintage warmth of a tube mic while at the same time maintaining the high SPL capacity and reliability of modern mic technology.
Walking out, she lives well behind, having paid her tab in full. Out of the darker times,
In some situations, a dynamic mic like this ATM 650 can help tame an especially dynamic or aggressive vocal. Or sometimes a singer may just be more comfortable with an arrangement that's closer to a live gig. Either way, the ATM 650 offers the flexibility and SPL capacity of a dynamic mic without compromising on sound quality. Keeping the mic on a fixed stand behind a pop filter can help the singer maintain a consistent distance from the mic. Using a dynamic mic like this can yield great results.
She's walking through the backyard, barefoot and smelling the daisies, drop by drop in a bucket of crazy.
But first, if it's me, right, I will use both. Why? Very simple. Because the dynamic mic has one character, the condenser mic has another character. Means when you record these two and you put them together, you have more layer. Then you can make it even better. Because in music production, we always learn, you sing your normal voice, then you sing your high voice, and you sing your lower voice, then you put together the hamburger, correct? But if you use two mic or even other mic, you can use all these to create more layer. Unless you don't want them to sing in another different octave. So this is what we usually do to double up the vocal to make it sound even bigger. All right? But I'm sure you know lah, your lecturer should be teaching you this, not me, okay? Okay, so after that, all this I'll just skip because it's just the product information, all right? So, time for break, yay!
Jadi sudah selesai yang untuk sesi pertama. Setelah ini gimana? Kita mau break dulu. Silakan.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Mas Babas and give applause to Mr. Chen Jinfu and also Mas Karuna. Nah, kita akan break terlebih dahulu, tapi ini baru sedikit yang dijelaskan oleh beliau. Thanks for your explanation, dan ini baru basic saja, nanti akan lebih mendalam lagi. Jadi teman-teman semuanya untuk bisa bergabung kembali di acara ini, karena kita juga masih punya door prize. Ada hadiah yang sangat luar biasa, ada 4 kaos eksklusif. Kemudian ada 2 hadiah yang lainnya juga yang masih juga udah ditunggu-tunggu, dan juga ada 1 grand prize yang akan diundi besok ya. Oke, saya coba lagi semangatnya karena tadi pasti ada yang mengantuk juga ya. Selamat siang, selamat pagi, selamat siang, selamat malam, selamat pagi. Oke, tepuk tangan untuk kita semua. Dan setelah ini Bapak Ibu hadirin dan juga rekan-rekan semuanya bisa istirahat dulu ataupun juga sholat asar untuk yang beragama Islam. After this you can say asar prayer and we will be right back after asar prayer. Kurang lebih di jam 15:20. Ya 15.20, jadi bisa langsung balik lagi ke sini. Dan tentunya jangan kemana-mana, tetaplah bersama kami di International Workshop Audio Recording 101 and Commercial Audio for Workspace. Jangan kemana-mana, tetap bersama kami. Dan juga untuk rekan-rekan yang tidak sholat asar juga bisa mengikuti room tour di podcast room. Dan nanti juga akan dijelaskan mengenai sistem serta peralatan podcast oleh Mas Rehan dari Kairos. Dan juga untuk mengikuti room tour silakan juga bisa mengikuti Kak Luis yang juga sudah siap di depan. Jadi silakan kita break terlebih dahulu. Monggo silakan untuk teman-teman yang ingin sholat asar dulu nanti bisa di masjid yang ada di luar gedung ini. Kemudian yang juga tidak menunaikan ibadah sholat asar, teman-teman juga bisa mengikuti room tour di podcast room.
Well, the sound is one of the most important assets. The Moto GP environment is very rich. We have 5 different manufacturers. Every bike sounds differently. We have the people, the crowd. We have all the extra elements that are around the bike, which is the mechanics, the people working there. When a rider crashes or stops the bike and he shouts or he wants to talk to a marshal. We never get this audio before as clearly as we can do it today. In 2018, Audio-Technica enters in action, and they started providing all kinds of microphones to standardize the coverage that we were producing.
オーディオテクニカはいろいろな手段で音楽やスポーツを長らくサポートしてまいりましたが、オートバイといえばエキゾーストサウンドが楽しみですが、レースはその楽しみをさらに拡大します。ギア、チェーン、タイヤ、ブレーキのサウンドをなくてはならない楽しみです。テレビ視聴者にもサウンドを通じてレースの臨場感を伝えていきたいと思います。
The audio project that we discussed with Audio-Technica at the beginning, it was separated into different projects. One was installing microphones on the track, the immersive sound in areas where we have crowd and the garages. And then there was this other, more specific and more complex project, which was providing audio in the bike. We had a challenge. That was the onboard cameras that we really wanted to develop with Audio-Technica. Until Audio-Technica appeared, we had a little microphone installed on the bike inside a metal box. This microphone was not really showing up the potential of a good sound. It was mono, one channel, really poor. It was not a rich sound.
Sergio's project was about putting microphones on a bike. I'd heard some horror stories about other brands that you tried melting on the bike because the engine's so hot. So I was quite worried actually, because would we be able to perform as a manufacturer and our products, and what would our engineers think about such a challenge?
What we told to Audio-Technica, guys, we must develop a microphone that should satisfy 2 conditions. The first one is that we will need this microphone to survive. And the second thing was we need to listen the sound that appears when the bike is stopped. It means to capture voices, shouting, clicks and clacks, and all these things that happen on a bike when there's no sound from the engine.
オーディオテクニカにとって、屋外のスポーツ分野という経験はありましたけども、Moto GP というモータースポーツは未知の領域でした。ここでドルナのオンボードチームが、サーキット、ピット、バイクのすぐ近くまで私たちを連れて行ってくれました。そして本物の音を体験させてくれました。
Japanese engineers came to Motegi in 2019 to capture audio from each different bike. I remember that they created a special microphone to capture the sound, to study it, and to realize the pressures and the quality and everything involved on that sound.
ただ実際に運用していきますと、先ほども言いましたようにそのバイクメーカーごとの音圧差を踏まえたマイク感度の最適化、それともう一つは風雑音の対策、これが大きな課題となりました。バイクメーカーごとにそのマフラーの形状と位置が違うので、オンボードカメラ上の音圧が予想以上に大きな差で発生していたことや、
オーディオテクニカの私の部署で新しく開発されたラベリアマイクロフォンである BP899 を Moto GP の厳しい環境に適用させることを行いました。振動、音圧、風圧、温度、天候に適応しつつ音質を劣化させないことに注力しました。
One of the challenges was how we could implement the microphones in the cameras. We decided that external cameras as the bad cam and the rear cam were the places where we could install this. Then I have to say something happened in parallel during the development of this microphone. Sony came with this new camera that we adopted in 2022, and we had more space on the camera to install the microphones. Obviously, we had to work very close to Audio Technica, to all the engineers, to make sure that the design was satisfying also the performance of the camera in the bike. The Japanese were saying one of the massive problems in a bike is the wind. It really, really breaks the sound because the sound it's arriving to the camera at more than 300 kilometers per hour. So the most important test was in Valencia when we started testing the microphone, realizing how it was affecting with the wind, and that allowed Sano-san to start developing something as a little wing with a wind protector, because he realized that if the audio was entering on the microphone directly with the structure of the housing, it was not enough and it was not enough wood.
普通の集音だったら風雑音は少ない方がいいでしょう。しかしレース界では違います。私は風の音は、スピード感を表現するのにとても大事な音であると考えています。ですから風の音がなさすぎても良くないんです。ような風貌を設計したいと考えています。その方が視聴者も
Baik, kita silakan untuk rekan-rekan semuanya yang masih berada di luar, mari silakan untuk bisa kembali hadir di ruang Aufi. Karena sebentar lagi kita akan kembali untuk melanjutkan acara. Jadi sekali lagi kami silakan untuk dapat segera memasuki ruangan Aufi karena kita akan melanjutkan acara di siang hari ini.
Studi Sarjana Terapan Produksi Film dan Televisi, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Puji syukur, tahun ini Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi telah menerima mahasiswa baru angkatan pertama tahun ajaran 2023-2024. Semoga kedepannya kami bisa menjadi program studi yang mampu mengembangkan inovasi produksi film dan televisi yang unggul, berbasis pada kearifan lokal, seni, dan budaya Indonesia yang berfokus pada konten kreatif. Program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi ini, merespon perkembangan industri, teknologi, pengetahuan dan keterampilan media baru yang berbasis pada ilmu pengetahuan film dan televisi. Mampu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang terampil dan kompeten di bidang audiovisual, untuk industri film, televisi dan media baru. Kemudian, berorientasi pada ranah media baru, dan berhubungan dengan industri konten kreatif. Dan kami berada di lingkungan seni yang kondusif, untuk menjadi prodi yang berbasis pada seni budaya lokal dan nasional yaitu di Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Prodi D4 Produksi Film dan Televisi berfokus pada media baru dan konten kreatif, dengan profil lulusan, sutradara, scriptwriter, penata kamera, penata artistik, penata suara, editor, dan konten kreator. Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi bekerja sama dengan mitra industri telah menyusun pembelajaran pendidikan tinggi vokasi, sehingga kurikulum yang dibuat diharapkan sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri di bidang produksi audiovisual dan konten kreatif. Baik, sekian perkenalan dari kami. Jika ingin mencari tahu lebih jauh tentang kami, bisa kunjungi Instagram kami di @pft.isijogja, atau kunjungi web isi.ac.id, atau kunjungi halaman pendaftarannya di pnb.isi.ac.id. Terima kasih atas waktunya, semoga kita semua dalam keadaan yang sehat. Salam.
I take it all back, take it all back, take it all back. I take it all back just to have you. And I take it all back, take it all back, take it all
My life is real great, feeling well on my way to my dreams coming true, and I'm getting to do it with you.
If you want to produce a great sounding video, you're going to need great sounding audio to go along with your picture. Here are some tips to hide lavaliers from camera. Sometimes you won't be able to use a tie bar to clip a lavalier onto talent. Wardrobe that is closed in the front, such as this t-shirt, does not offer any button-down openings to insert the bar. Clearly, I am not wearing a jacket or sweater with lapels. There are also many situations that call for totally hidden miking. Placing a microphone inside talent's clothing is definitely an intrusion of privacy, so it requires that you maintain a high level of professionalism and courtesy. To hide a microphone underneath clothing, it's necessary to fish wires or mic cables inside the shirt, blouse, or dress, perhaps even down a pants leg. There are a couple of inexpensive tools that you can use to make this task quicker and less intrusive. A smooth, torpedo-shaped metal weight can easily be attached to the end of a connecting cable and then lowered through loose clothing. Tighter-fitting wardrobe may require a stiff metal rod to feed the wire along its path. Some audio dealers sell specially manufactured weights and rods for this purpose, but common fishing weights and rifle cleaning rods found in many sporting goods stores work just as well. Once the lavalier is roughly positioned, the next step is to prepare the mic for rigging under clothing. Form a small loop of cable close to the mic head around the size of a nickel. This loop is extremely important because it serves to block cable noise and vibration. Tie off the loop with a small piece of string or thread. If those are not handy, just tear off a very narrow sliver of cloth camera or gaffer's tape. Wrap the tape with the clean side facing the cable and the sticky side out. Tie the loop so that it's not overly snug and can breathe easily when tugged. This allows the loop to provide some emergency slack if talent somehow stretches in a way that would pull on the cable. To guard the lavalier head from clothing noise, we're going to encapsulate it within a pair of sticky triangles made out of tape. These triangles provide enough surface area to prevent clothing from freely moving across our mic, and their soft padding insulates the capsules from vibrations carried along the clothing fibers. To form the sticky triangles, start by tearing off a couple of 3-inch long strips of cloth camera tape. Don't use paper tape or plastic duct tape, which would be noisy. Make sure it's adhesive cloth tape. Take each of your 3-inch strips and begin by folding one corner over, sticky side out, to make a triangle. Continue folding corner over corner as if folding a flag. Remember, sticky side out. Try to keep your fingers to the edges to preserve the adhesive. Carefully sandwich the mic between the triangles. Be careful that you don't seal up or block the open sound ports at the top of the mic. Here, we're using an AT899 Omni, but this approach will work with any top-facing lavalier. If your lavalier is a side address or side-facing configuration, offset one of the triangles so as to not block.
Sekali lagi kami informasikan untuk rekan-rekan semuanya untuk bisa segera memasuki kembali ruang AUVI. Karena kita akan melanjutkan kembali untuk sesi yang kedua dan tentunya masih akan ada door prize yang sangat istimewa yang nantinya akan kita bagikan untuk teman-teman semuanya.
If the actor has to remain wired for more than a short period of time, or if there's a concern about moisture either from weather or excessive perspiration, you can reinforce the sticky triangles by inserting a safety pin into one or both of the corners. The safety pin will bear the weight of the rig so that the sticky faces of the triangles only have to prevent clothing rub. Go ahead and rebutton talent. As you can see, the lavalier is now completely hidden. If the talent is wearing a tie or scarf, place another sticky triangle or some double stick tape just below where your mic is. Allow for some slack and then adhere the inside of the tie to prevent it from intermittently knocking into the mic. This basic rig, consisting of sticky triangles, a floating loop, and an anchor strip of tape, can be used in other areas besides the overlap of the buttons. For instance, the triangle could nestle inside a bra at the front where the cups join. The trailing cable could either be anchored with medical tape to the abdomen or be tucked along the bra to the side or back. You could do the rig sideways under a collar or on the shoulder strap of an undergarment. In the case of very loose or flimsy tops, you may need to secure the rig directly to the chest. The basic principles remain the same, but substitute a medical tape such as Transpore for the inside triangle and anchor strips that would go against the skin. Clean the surface of the skin to remove natural oils with a disposable alcohol wipe, which you purchase in any drugstore. Otherwise, your tape will not stick. You will certainly need more than just a small triangle to hold up the rig, and safety pins are out of the question. Form a simple chest strap or lav bra, as the industry calls them, by wrapping a strip of medical tape or athletic wrap around the torso. In part 2 of Hiding Lavs, we'll show you more ways to wire talent. In the video studio or on location, Audio Technica has you covered. If you want to produce a great video, you're going to need great sounding audio along with your picture. In part 1 of How to Hide Lavaliers, we showed you how to use sticky triangles made from 1-inch cloth camera tape. Another technique that works very well involves using a strip of moleskin and a safety pin. The safety pin is quick and easy to attach to the inside of wardrobe, and the soft, gentle texture of the moleskin reduces clothing friction while its padding insulates the mic from vibration. Although not quite as efficient as the sticky triangles for eliminating stubborn clothing noise, the moleskin rig is definitely a lot faster and simpler to deploy. These pin-on mounts are great for t-shirts, hat brims, beachwear, athletic clothing, and all sorts of costuming. Just as with the sticky triangles, the first step is to form a small loop of cable close to the mic head about the size of a nickel. This loop is extremely important because it serves to block the cable noise and vibration, much like the way that the clamp jaws of the tie bar functions. Tie off the loop with a small piece of string or thread. If those are not handy, use a very narrow sliver of cloth camera or gaffer's tape. Wrap the tape with the clean side facing the cable and the sticky side out. Tie the loop so that it's not overly snug and can breathe easily when tugged. This allows the loop to provide some emergency slack if talent somehow stretches in a way that would pull on the cable. The next step is to wrap a strip of soft moleskin around the body of the mic capsule. Moleskin as well as generic equivalents can be found in the foot care section of any pharmacy and even most supermarkets. Choose the standard thin sheets, not the special double thick variety. Save time on set by pre-cutting a sheet into French fry shaped strips the same height as your lavalier body. Begin by wrapping the moleskin completely around the body of the mic. Sticky side against the mic and soft side facing out. Go around at least a couple times to prevent the metal safety pin from contacting the mic. Insert an open safety pin and then complete the wrap. Note that the locking guard of the pin is well secured and pointing downward. It's proper etiquette to only use a brand new, clean safety pin every time you prepare the rig. Points are sharp and accidents do happen, so guard against infection by not reusing dirty pins. Some sound mixers even store their safety pins in a small bottle of diluted bleach or alcohol. If you should nick your finger, don't forget that you have alcohol prep wipes in your lav rigging kit. Just as in using the sticky triangles, be careful to not seal up or block the open sound ports at the top of the mic. Once again, I'm using an AT899 Omni, but this approach will work with any top-facing lavalier. If your lavalier is a side address or side-facing configuration, be very careful not to block the opening. If possible, just wrap the moleskin lower, leaving the upper portion of the mic exposed, and make sure that the safety pin will not contact the mic. For larger diameter or heavier mics, insert a second safety pin on the opposite side for additional support and to hold it snug against the clothing. These pin-on rigs are perfect for attaching to the inside of t-shirts and other closed front wardrobe. Just catch a few threads and then close the pin. For the best concealability, take advantage of logos or other design elements to distract from any visual telltales caused by pinning or taping. Don't forget to anchor and strain relief the rig by taping down the wire below the loop. Just as with our sticky tape rigs, you can go sideways under a collar or inside of a bra or halter top. Shoulder straps, neck wraps, even that towel casually draped over his shoulder at the beach or modestly wrapped around her torso after a bath. Check out some of the other videos in this series to learn more about lavaliers, including how to conceal them under wardrobe. In the video studio or on location, Audio Technica has you covered.
The BPHS-1 from Audio Technica is a high-performance professional headset with a dynamic microphone mounted on a flexible boom. Created specifically for on-air news and sports broadcasting, the BPHS-1 offers highly intelligible, natural, and focused vocal reproduction. Lightweight but rugged, the BPHS-1 incorporates a cushioned headband for long-wearing comfort. The headphone's closed-back circumoral ear cups rest comfortably around the ears, while field-replaceable foam ear pads help seal out background noise. Equipped with neodymium magnets, the 40mm headphone drivers feature copper-clad aluminum wire voice coils to provide clear, concise, full-range audio reproduction. The headset's boom microphone employs a rugged dynamic capsule with a high-output neodymium element for maximum voice intelligibility over a wide frequency range. Tailored for speech reproduction, the microphone's cardioid pickup pattern rejects sounds from the sides and rear, improving the isolation of the user's voice. Replaceable foam windscreens are included to help reduce the effects of wind when used outdoors. The microphone attaches to the headset with a rugged gooseneck boom. Designed for left or right side use, the boom swivels for easy positioning and stays in place once set. A heavy-duty field replaceable cable secured with a locking thumb screw connects the headset. Configured for stereo headphone operation, the cable offers a 1/4-inch TRS phone plug for the headphones and an XLR-M type connector for the microphone. Other cable terminations are available as accessories. The BPHS1 broadcast stereo headset from Audio Technica. Clear, natural, intelligible. At the stadium, in the newsroom, or on location. For more information, visit us on the web at www.audio-technica.com.
Habis itu langsung kembali ke beliau. Yang tugasnya yang gini. Oke, kita kembali lagi tentunya di International Workshop Audio Recording 101 and Commercial Audio for Workspace. Tepuk tangannya dong untuk kita semua. Wow, masih ngantuk nggak ini? Masih? Masih ngantuk nggak? Yang ngantuk mana yang ngantuk? Kamu ngantuk? Oke, sekarang biar nggak ngantuk, kita berdiri dulu yuk. Kita berdiri sejenak semuanya. Kita ice breaking sebentar, berdiri semuanya. Yuk teman-teman, Bapak Ibu dan juga rekan-rekan semuanya berdiri biar gak ngantuk. Oke, tangannya semuanya ke atas. Kemudian semuanya Oke, angkat kaki kanan kiri semuanya. Baik, biar gak ngantuk ya. Sekarang tertawa yang paling kencang. 1, 2, 3. Oke, tepuk tangan untuk kita semuanya. Tepuk tangan kita semuanya. Baik, terima kasih untuk rekan-rekan semuanya. Semoga nggak ngantuk lagi karena kita buka puasanya kurang lebih masih hampir 2 jam. Kita di jam berapa sih? Jam 17.48 ya kalau nggak salah ya. Untuk buka puasanya, dan setelah ini kita akan kembali untuk mendengarkan seperti apa penjelasan dari Mr. Chen Jinfo. Tapi seperti janji saya tadi, kita tuh punya door prize. Nah, kita door prize-nya akan buka untuk 4 orang yang beruntung. Kira-kira siapa nih ya? Kira-kira kamu beruntung gak dapat door prize? Insya Allah. Kamu dapat gak Pak, Mas? Semoga ya. Oke, sekarang silakan dilihat di kanan kirinya. Ini ada kayu. Oke, silakan dibuka kayunya. Ini untuk 4 buah kaos eksklusif. Buka ya. Oke, sekarang diangkat item-itemnya itu meja. Apakah ada tulisannya? Apakah Anda beruntung? Oke, lihat kanan kirinya, ada yang beruntung nggak? Oke, ada yang beruntung nggak? Dibuka dulu. Ada nggak? Harusnya ada ya. Ada nggak? Kamu ada? Ada nggak? Ada. Oke, kalau ada maju. Yang ada maju. Oke, yang ada maju. 4 orang ya. Ada lagi nggak? Sebelah sini. Ayo buka lagi. Ada nggak? Oh, inventaris yang ini ya. Oke, harusnya ada lagi karena ada 4 kaos eksklusif. Silakan dibuka lagi. Depan sini pasti nggak ada kan? Karena VIP ya. Ada lagi nggak? Nggak ada. Nggak ada juga. Panitia gimana? Ada nggak sebelah sini? Harusnya ada. Stikernya, ada stikernya. Coba dibuka lagi. Coba dibuka lagi, coba dibuka lagi, coba dibuka lagi. Ada nggak? Ada stikernya. Tulisannya apa tulisannya? Oh, yang ada stikernya. Stikernya produksi film dan televisi. Kalau yang ini ada nggak inventaris ini? Ini, berarti yang sini siapa yang duduk sini? Bapak, oke, silakan Pak, maju aja Pak. Oke, ada juga, oke silakan maju. Ada juga, oke silakan maju. Oke, kita punya 4 kaos eksklusif. Untuk yang beruntung, tapi jangan khawatir. Untuk teman-teman semuanya nanti kita akan undi juga. Ada 2 buah mikrofon Audio Technica. Oke, agak geser ke sini dong. Baik, silakan dikasih aja deh langsung kalau gitu. Inilah 4 orang yang beruntung mendapatkan 4 kaos eksklusif. Oke. Baik, satu lagi. Agak ke sana dong, agak ke sana. Geser lagi. Oke, silakan lihat ke depan, berikan senyum terbaiknya dan say hi, liatin juga kaosnya. Kita kasih tepuk tangan dong untuk yang beruntung. Wow. Oke, baik, terima kasih untuk 4 orang yang beruntung dan juga yang belum beruntung. Kita masih punya 2 mikrofon Audio Technica AATR 1300, tapi tentunya untuk yang berikutnya kita akan melanjutkan kembali untuk yang sesi kedua dan saya yakin untuk teman-teman semuanya juga pasti sudah memiliki beberapa pertanyaan yang ada di otak teman-teman, tapi disimpan dulu. Dan kali ini nanti kita akan membahas ini yang lebih teknis lagi dan langsung aja we will continue to the second section workshop today. Please be prepared and make yourself comfortable. And now please welcome Mr. Chan Jinfu and Mas Karuna. The time is yours. Oke, give applause, beri tepuk tangan untuk beliau.
Okay guys, welcome back. Alright, so don't worry. The next session is all about video. All watching video, okay? We make it very simple.
For the classic rock and roll crunch, a dynamic instrument mic like this ATM 650 is the ideal option. We've taken the grill off of this speaker cabinet to more easily demonstrate the position of the mic relative to the speaker. Aiming the mic towards the center of the speaker will emphasize the high end. Aiming towards the side of the cone will yield a darker sound with more low end. Find a position that strikes the ideal balance for the tone being used.
Okay, so I'm sure you guys have done that with your guitar amp also, right? Where you shift around the microphone to change the tone. So this is for sub-2 dynamic mic, which most of you guys are already doing that already, right? Because the norm is always 1 dynamic mic, correct? Now let's change it a bit. Okay, so this is the product. You can see it later also, all right? So one thing I like about the ATM 650 compared to the other S brand is that there's a protection. There's a grill protection over here so that it protects the mic and the element so that it doesn't do a lot more damage. And this is hypercardioid, so you isolate a lot more. So if you're looking for more isolation, this one is quite good. All right, so we also have something else, which I never bring because this is the AE2300, very small, this size, also very good for guitar amp and for snare drum. Okay, so next video. All right.
Inner tones. A large condenser like this AE3000 can capture the depth and brilliance of this fuller range sound. Many amps and speaker cabinets have permanently attached grill cloths. If this is the case, take a flashlight and hold it directly against the grill. This will illuminate the speaker behind the grill cloth, making it possible to see the position of the mic relative to the speaker. Once you find the sweet spot, mark it with a small piece of tape. Though any modern condenser should be able to handle the level of a guitar amp, if the amp is loud, you may need to back a condenser away from the amp some to keep it from overloading the mic preamp.
How many of you used the torchlight method before? First time? Helpful, right? Useful, right? especially the fender, the cloth, very hard to see. Mesa Boogie easier, Marshall easier. Always the fender, silver color. Then where's the cone? Where's the cone? All right, so use the torchlight, mark it, okay? And then another reason why I always like the condenser also, because you can hear just now the body is there, very big body, correct? From the recording. And then another thing is if you're playing all the new, the degen kind of thing, the body is important because the dynamic mic may not have the lower tightness. Okay? And then if you're playing, actually to be honest, I always like the condenser over the dynamic for guitar amp. Very simple. The condenser can respond in time. If you're playing very fast, which I can't because I'm lousy, but you guys can, the fast picking, using a condenser, the response is fast enough. If you're using a dynamic mic, because the diaphragm is tougher, slower, the response may not be there. Okay, but of course, if it's me, I'll use both mic. We mix, and then we can mix.
Undertones. A large condenser like this AE3.
Okay, so this one. Okay, so
One of the most effective ways to mic a cabinet is by using two dynamic mics on one speaker. Here we have two ATM 650s in this arrangement. The first mic is aimed straight ahead at the sweet spot of the speaker cone to capture the brightness and mid-range edge. The second mic is placed at the outside edge of the speaker at a 45-degree angle, roughly parallel with the speaker cone. This mic rarely sounds good by itself, but it fills out the low end, stays in phase, and when combined with the other mic allows control over the tonal balance.
this is another trick that you guys can try. Because when you shift it the other direction, the tone change. But this is what you can use to make it sound bigger. Correct? Because satu mic always not big enough. All right, and sometimes you will see in some event, especially Japanese and the American band, they will use two mic, maybe one in the center and one off center, and they pan, and they use this to create a deeper sound when they mix the whole thing together. So this is something that you guys can try next time. I mean, here is the guitar amp here, have right? I think have lah. This school should have. So next time we can try, and we can play around with this. Okay, all right.
We have a 2x12 amplifier mic'd up with both an ATM 650 hypercardioid dynamic for mid-range bite and an AE 3000 cardioid condenser for extended low end and top end brilliance. Both mics are on the sweet spot of their respective speaker and about the same distance from the grill to keep them in phase. If the amp is cranked up, you may need to engage the pad on the condenser.
So this is also another technique that you guys can try. A condenser and a dynamic is two different tones. So when you put together, the guitar sound is bigger. Especially if you do a lot more of delay, reverb, or this acts in the texture. Because sound is always about how do we put in more layer? How do we make it into a hamburger? All right, so if only have one bread, not enough. You need the meat, the patty, everything to make it sound bigger and better, okay? So it's just one more channel, one more cable, okay, and one more mic stand. So just try around next time if you can. This is my favorite. Okay, come.
Another convenient way to combine a condenser and a dynamic is with the AE 2500 dual element cardioid instrument mic. The AE 2500 offers both a dynamic and a condenser element in a single perfectly phase-aligned housing. This makes it possible to have the best of both worlds by blending the focused mid-range of the dynamic element and the extended frequency response of the condenser element to just the balance you need.
Okay, this setup is also used by Metallica. Okay, the reason why they do it is also because the dynamic element is designed for the kick drum, so you have a lot of the low end. But the clarity is supplied by the condenser. So when they play anything faster, the condenser will give you the clarity. And because they are all in line in phase, you don't have phasing issue. So this is what they do a lot in the US. Okay, so this is this. All right, so you can see dual element, condenser, dynamic, and then you use only satu mic, but two channel. Okay, now how many people are bass player here? 1, 2, no more? 3? Only, okay, never mind, it's okay. Bass player, very rare. All right, so let's hear this.
Here we have an AE 2500 dual element instrument mic. The dynamic element captures plenty of mid-range punch, while the condenser element extends the extreme top and bottom end in a single phase coherent package.
This is how, if you want to use the AE2500 on the bass amp. But how many of you will mic up the bass amp? Mostly DI, right? Mostly DI, right? Okay, so what happened, right, is that I did one experiment before in another university, Mahidol University in Thailand. The engineer say, "But no lah, don't waste, you know." But I asked them, "Hey, but you already put 2 cable for me, right? One for the DI and one for the mic. Let's try the mic." So what I did, I used the 4047. I put it in the middle of the cone and the horn. After that, they off the DI and use the mic. Why? Very simple. When you have another mic to pick up the bass amp, you can take the character of the bass amp. The bass amp is also important for the character. Why do we spec certain bass amp? Why do we spec amp pack? Why do we spec like mark bass? It's because of the character of the bass head and the cabinet. Same like when the guitarist, you want the JCM 900 or you want the Mesa Boogie sound, correct? If you go in direct DI, right, you cannot get the Mesa Boogie sound anymore, right? Correct. This is the reason why. So usually when we record or we go and do bigger shows, I will have the DI for safety. But I will also use the amp. And from there I will mix. The DI is very clean. But I use this as the clean, the foundation, and the character of the bass playing is from the mic itself. So this helps to give you more texture. Always remember sound. Of course, sometimes our budget and the China count, we don't have enough, correct? But if we have more, then it's just like your layering. It's just like your kueh lapis. You get more layer. Then it's more sedap. Okay?
For a classic vintage sound, we have this 15-inch combo amp mic'd with an AT4047 MP condenser set to cardioid. The smooth top end of the 4047 complements the vintage warmth and focus low end from our combo amp. Find the sweet spot by moving the mic between the inside and outside edge of the speaker cone. Keep the mic just an inch or 2 from the grill to minimize bleed from the room or other instruments. If bleed is not a problem, switch the mic to figure 8. This will provide a deeper, fuller low end.
Okay, cardioid is, okay, when you have figure of 8, your proximity effect increases. So for bass instrument, the proximity effect will help you give more low end, correct? So this is what you can do to make your bass sound bigger, deeper, more punchy, okay? Of course, you know, 4047 may be a bit too atas, but if you need, you can actually go for alternative. The 4050, a bit flatter, the 2050 multi-pattern, or 2035. Usually for bass instrument or for bass amp, guitar amp, always take note, get a microphone with pad. If let's say it's too loud, you can minus 10 dB. Okay, protect the microphone, protect the gear. Okay?
Aggressive rock sound, our classic 4x10 cabinet is mic'd with an ATM 250 hypercardioid instrument mic. A dynamic mic can handle even the loudest amplifier and provide plenty of low-end and mid-range punch. Whenever miking an individual speaker, remember that one may sound better than another. Investing a little time finding the right one may be time well spent.
Okay, this is the mic sound. If you go directly in Music Man into your DI, you will never get this sound, correct? So if possible, always mic out the amp. All right, even although, you know, by habit, we always DI the bass, but you're wasting money if the person want an amp pack 4x8 and you never mic out the 4x8. For what? Correct, right? Then you just DI, myself, I just give you a DI box. I don't give you 4x8. I give you a 15-inch two-way speaker. I put there for you. Boleh. Because you're not using the M tone, okay? Always remember, if you are doing a festival and the artist spec for an MPEG or spec for a Tess Elliott or spec for anything, mic out the M because they want that tone, okay? Not the DI tone. The DI tone, unless they go by the pedal and don't use the emulation, okay? Always mic out the M. Otherwise, you spend so much money to carry the M out, and you know not getting the tone is a bit wasted, okay? All right. So of course, if you don't have the ATM 250, I always like to use the BP40. This is my go-to for all of other things because same like the RE20, can be used for bass amp, can be used for kick, can be used for many other things. All right. So one thing is that if it's used for broadcast, you can also use it for most of the bass instrument. Okay. Now the more exciting one.
The foundation of any good drum sound is the kick drum. Whether on stage or in the studio, the basis of a good kick sound is a large dynamic mic like this ATM 250 inside the drum. Placing the mic inside the drum will help capture the snap of the beater on the batter head while isolating the mic from the rest of the kit. Aiming the mic dead center inside the drum tends to yield a weak sound. Keeping the mic off center will improve the low end. Now by moving the mic back and forth between the batter head and the front head, we can adjust the relative amounts of attack and low end.
Okay, I'm sure you guys have your preferred kick drum position, but this helps you to understand a lot more on why closer, further, center, or offside. Okay, I would say there's no right method. It all depends on what the artist prefer or what you prefer. Some people like the sound, some people like the fatter sound. It depends on the genre of music because if you play jazz, you give the person right, the guy will like, bro, I jazz drummer, bro, not metal, correct? But if you give the jazz sound to the metal guy, the guy will like, bro, I Metallica, bro. I'm not trying to play Fly Me to the Moon, okay? So very different, right? So always remember, as an engineer, we also need to know the music, correct? If you are if you are a rocker and your preference is for rock, and you try to do jazz, please go and listen to jazz first and understand how it works. Because your preference will affect the actual thing and you won't get paid after that because you screw up the sound. Okay, always remember, okay, we are also artists. Just like if you're a metal guitarist, you have wedding gig, must play Bruno Mars, also play lah, you get paid, right? Okay, always remember, we are paid to do what we are best at. So if you need to do jazz, go and study the music, understand. Okay, that's very important. Okay.
Using a single mic in the studio, another option is to place the mic just outside the hole. This captures both the attack of the batter head through the hole while getting low end from the front head. It's important to avoid putting the mic right inside the hole, however, because the SPL at this point is very high and can overload even the most robust mic preamp.
Okay. So how many of you put it there and then the meter always read? Okay, so always take note, if it's right there, right, when you kick, when you the hole is where all the air comes out and hit the microphone. And that's when shit happens, okay? Why do I say that's when shit happens? Because when all the air come rushing in, and then you put your gain to 0, you will hit red color already, correct? So that means your gain structure, right? There's no use for the gain because it's already so loud already. It's already distorting the channel. So the key thing always, right, for engineers, why do we need to keep it green color? So we get more headroom to manipulate the sound.
Jadi kita recap tadi ya, jadi kenapa dari awal Jinfu jelasin dari polar pattern, frekuensi respon, terus di mana kita naruhnya, kemudian mikrofon ini sama-sama mikrofon semuanya menangkap suara, tapi untuk apa dan bagaimana. Peruntukannya dari video ini tadi kita lihat semuanya, mulai dari gitar, kemudian ampli yang berbeda, sama-sama gitar ampli yang berbeda, kemudian gitar bass, kick drum, dengan kita bisa memilih mikrofon yang tepat secara spesifik. Contoh untuk kick drum, kita pilih mikrofon di mana mikrofon itu bisa menangkap, bisa mengcapture frekuensi yang rendah, kemudian frekuensi yang tinggi, kemudian kita memiliki pengetahuan dan eksperimen di mana kita harus meletakkannya, di mana kita harus mengatur jaraknya. Nah itu menjadi bekal untuk kita yang ada di dunia recording ini. Jadi kita nggak sekedar contoh ampli gitar. Kenapa selama bertahun-tahun otak kita hanya satu jenis mikrofon untuk ampli gitar? Ada yang tahu jawabannya? Karena pada saat itu, at that moment, at that time, pada saat itu gitaris Led Zeppelin, karena tidak ada opsi lain, hanya pakai mikrofon itu. Nah, kemudian ikutlah semuanya ikut. Tetapi sekarang kita tahu bahwa mikrofon jenis A, B, C punya spesifikasi, punya karakteristik yang spesifik juga untuk instrumen yang kita mau record. Jadi penting untuk kita tahu bahwa untuk gitar, kenapa kok tadi Jinfu menjelaskan saya pakai dynamic kemudian condenser. Jadi dynamic punya tugas satu, condenser punya tugas yang kedua. Jadi semuanya itu memang perlu untuk di-combine. Jadi memiliki layer sound seperti ini, kemudian kita mix. Nah, jadi kita jangan terpaku pada mindset, oh instrumen gitar harus pakai ini. Pelajari dulu kenapa sejarahnya begitu. Karena pada saat itu nggak ada opsi lain yang lebih baik dari itu. Nah, sekarang ada opsi dan ilmu yang lebih banyak. Nah, ayo kita serap sama-sama.
Saya mau nambahin sedikit tadi untuk yang ampli bass, kebetulan saya kan juga pemain bass. Jadi kita kayak Mas Brian yang di depan juga pemain bass juga, pasti tahu kalau pakai DI itu pasti suaranya sangat steril, dan walaupun dia ada si preamp ataupun dari DI itu bawa emulasi dari ampli ataupun apapun jenisnya, itu pasti dia tidak akan bisa menangkap hangatnya ampli. Tapi kan bagi teman-teman yang juga mungkin working bass player, yang mungkin juga main di banyak tipe gig, nggak mesti festival, mungkin juga main di tempat kecil reguler ataupun job-job corporate kayak segala macam gitu, itu kadang tidak ada backline, terus tidak ada, kadang mungkin kalau misal kita jadi session artis besar, artis nasional pun mungkin disediakan backline dari vendor yang memang namanya memang sudah valid, tapi kondisinya amplinya tidak memungkinkan. Saya beberapa kali pernah mengalami itu dan memilih untuk udah total pakai DI saja karena lebih beres, dan ya itu tadi nggak bakal ada problem apapun misalnya kayak gitu. Tapi sekali lagi seperti yang dijelaskan di video-video tadi, bila mana mungkin dan misalnya kondisi ampli dan mic-nya juga layak, dikombine saja supaya jadi seperti hamburger tadi. Jadi ada dua lapis sound gitu. Oke.
Okay, so let's go to the next video. So today is watching video day, okay? All right, so this is ATM 250. All right, so alternative, there's always the Pro 25, the more cheaper version, or the BP40, or even the AT2040 for the podcast can also be used for kick drum. Why? Because when you want the podcast audio, your mic usually is in this shape, correct? You are less mid-rangey, you have more bass, you have more clarity, which is what a lot of people look for in a kick drum. So you can also use that for kick drum.
Oke, ini barusan kenapa kok kadang-kadang ada beberapa jenis mikrofon, contoh mikrofon yang dipakai untuk kick drum atau mikrofon yang dipakai untuk pakai podcast dipakai untuk di kick drum, begitu juga sebaliknya. Ya karena untuk aplikasi satu ini sama-sama membutuhkan body low yang sama. Untuk podcast kita butuh audio ke pendengar itu mendengarkan vokal yang tebal dan wibawa. Vokalnya deket, low-nya bold, low mid-nya bold, dan ada wibawa di speech-nya itu. At the same time, di kick drum kita juga butuh konten yang hampir sama. Jadi dua-duanya kita bisa pakai vice versa. Dan keduanya juga memiliki karakteristik yang sama, di mana kick drum kita rata-rata emang nggak mau low mid 300-400, setuju? Kemudian vokal kalau kita pengen dapat suara yang bold, kita juga nggak mau suara sengau 300-400 yang bunyi kok. Lebih cenderung dikurangi supaya dapat body low mid yang lebih tebal. Nah, mikrofon ini didesain untuk sudah melakukan itu sebelum kita bekerja di tools kita. Jadi bisa dibilang sudah pre-shape. Jadi you just plug and play, dapat apa yang dibutuhkan. Nah itu contohnya.
In the studio, often a second mic is placed in front of the resonant head. Usually it's a large diaphragm condenser like this AT4047. Every drum is different. It may take some trial and error to find the sweet spot and get just the low end you're looking for. Also, avoid being in front of the hole to keep this mic from picking up too much of the batter head. When using two mics, the interior dynamic mic can be positioned for maximum attack and mid-range punch. While the outside mic provides most of the low end. The two mics can then be combined to create the ideal balance.
Oke, ini contoh kayak satu lagi ya. Jadi kadang-kadang kita kick drum, satu mic aja. Terus kita berusaha kerja keras. Padahal sebenarnya di produksi kita, production kita, sebenarnya kebutuhan ini sudah di cover. Jadi, kita memang butuh equipment ini, supaya kita mendapatkan result yang diharapkan. Coba kalau misalnya bayangin satu mikrofon di dalam, lalu kita paksa seperti itu. Oke, di boosting dengan EQ, mungkin masih bisa nggak? Oh, mungkin masih bisa. Tapi jangan lupa, ketika kita melakukan boosting di equalizer, yang sebenarnya kita lakukan adalah phase shifting. Ingat, waktu kita melakukan boosting di channel, kita melakukan boosting di equalizer, yang kita lakukan adalah phase shifting. Di saat yang bersamaan, untuk kick drum set, suara kick drum ini tidak hanya masuk di satu mikrofon, tapi ada mikrofon overhead. Kalau kita dukun, kita magician, kita bisa tahu, phase-nya akan geser sekian, kompensasinya sekian. Tapi kita bukan magician, kita bukan dukun. Jadi, hal-hal semacam ini meminimalkan phase error antara channel kick drum dan microphone overhead. Gampang aja kick drumnya di boost low-nya, naikin, phase-nya geser. Kemudian suara kick drum juga masuk ke overhead, dibuka bareng-bareng. Yang terjadi apa? Udah di boost kok nggak naik. Nah karena kita nggak tahu pemahaman ini, jadi hanya sekedar pokoknya di boost lagi. Nah itu, ini aplikasi dua mic untuk mendapatkan impact suara seperti itu ya memang caranya properly begitu. Ada cara yang bisa dicapai tapi ada cara yang properly. Nah kita pengen kita semua tahu yang properly.
In the studio, often
Okay, of course, the video, he always recommend the atas mic, right? The 4047. But you can also use other mic, 2035, AE3000. But most important, the condenser must have the pad so that the mic don't mati.
Audio-Technica also has a 2-in-1 solution, the AE2500. The AE2500 offers both a dynamic and a condenser element in a single, perfectly phase-aligned housing. The dynamic element captures the attack and punch, while the condenser element, which features a 10 dB pad and 80 Hz roll-off, captures the low end. Together, the elements provide a full-range sound in a single compact package.
All right, so this is also the same mic that we use for Moto GP. All right, the reason why this mic was used for Moto GP, we use this at the starting point because the mic can take the SPL. Moto GP starting point is 149 dB SPL. Because when you put all the all the Honda, Suzuki, Yamaha, and all the motorbike all together, all the rumbling of the motor is very, very high. The low energy is crazy. In the past, before we came in, all the mics at the starting point is only one time used, then throw. Because the diaphragm, after that. Okay? So that's why when they tried this, they were very amazed. Because we are the only kick drum that can withstand the SPL. Of course, they tried other brand. I will not say what other brand they use, but other brand diaphragm is not as strong as what we did. So audio technical wise, we do a lot of material engineering. So that's why our diaphragm can withstand the high SPL. Yeah, but of course, this is not a mic that a lot of people appreciate because it's a bit different sounding. But a lot of the jazz people like this, a lot of the metal people like this, we will hear the sound, the attack is there. But they never cut the 400 hertz. Correct? When you hear it, the 400 is still there, right? But because the 400 is still there, right, the jazz people like it. Imagine you try to do jazz, but with a D6 or 112. Cannot, right? Very hard, right? So in the past, when they do that, something like this, right, every time they have the jazz gig, they will always need to use a studio condenser outside. In Grammy Awards, we also put a studio condenser outside the kick drum to capture the bigger bottom end. So these are all the things, right? Doesn't mean it's a studio mic you will have to use in the studio. Bring outside, use. It's okay. It's the technique. You guys are the technique, the skill, okay?
Jadi tadi ada dua teknik, ada yang di dalam, ada yang kemudian contoh yang di AE 2500 ini dual elemen. Jadi memenuhi kebutuhan kita untuk kebutuhan dua mikrofon tadi, mensimplify sehingga kita udah nggak harus tweaking lagi. Contoh ketika pakai dua mikrofon di kick drum, oke, yang sudah ahli mungkin dengan cepat, tapi ketika yang belum ngerti, span waktunya lebih, kok nggak dapet, kok nggak ketemu-temu ya. Taruh AE 2500, taruh masuk kick drum, atur jaraknya, buka dua channelnya, selesai. Karena mereka sudah siapkan kondenser, dynamic, sudah di-tune, sudah di-align supaya user lebih gampang. Dan kemudian yang tadi Jinho cerita, diaframnya di antara jenis-jenis mikrofon lain di kelasnya dengan tipe atau spesifikasi yang sekelas, kemampuan diaframnya untuk menghandle tekanan tinggi 2500 ini tekanan tingginya paling besar dia bisa handle. Jadi kemungkinan untuk peak atau distort untuk sember, jadi most likely yaitu akan sangat sedikit sekali terjadi ya. Terutama untuk SPL tinggi gitu Kak.
Right. And another thing that sometimes some of the engineers they always ask me also, it's like, hey bro, your mic it has 400. Why did Audio Technica not make one with 400 scope? Correct? Like a lot of our kick drum mic 400 is scope. Correct, right? Very simple. If the mic is already lacking the frequency and you boost on the mixer, will it sound good? No, right? But if it's already there, but you cut away, then it's okay. Because the mixer is for you to do all the cutting, correct? But if it's not there from the source and you try to add it in, then it's not going to sound good. So this is why the Japanese make it that way. Of course, a lot of us like the instant sound, right? But you can only use this for rock, metal, and maybe a bit of pop. But if you want to use something more flexible, always remember, we are sound engineer, we are sound mixer. We are supposed to mix and not to Maggie mee or instant noodle the thing, correct? Then we are no longer engineer, we are only technician. We are engineer. Always remember, you are engineer because you can make magic. Technician only push fader, okay?
Oke, kenapa ada beberapa contoh ada jenis yang dia memang benar-benar nggak mau ada yang prinsip, nggak mau ada dibuang, benar-benar flat. Ya karena memang Audio Technica bikin yang frekuensi responnya yang flat, yang kualitasnya memang benar-benar dari frekuensi low, mid, high disediakan semua ada di situ. Kemudian untuk tuningnya, tone-nya seperti apa, engineer itu keputusan engineer. Kita yang men-shape, kita yang membentuk bunyinya seperti apa. Jadi Kalau mikrofon keluar dari pabrik, keluar dari kotak, oh ini nggak flat, kemudian kita EQ makin nggak karuan. Ya kalau kita ngerti, kalau kita nggak paham, kalau kita belum sampai ke sana atau kita mungkin baru di fase belum sampai expert, advance atau masih beginner, itu akan sangat menyusahkan kita. Nah, nyampe di situ mereka memikirkan gimana caranya userku tuh segampang mungkin. Ini flat, benar-benar natural. Whatever you want to do, kamu mau bikin suara seperti apa, possible. Gitu.
Okay, alright. So of course, you guys can read this later if you guys want. Now we come to snare. Alright, that's I think the drum set is the most expensive to mic up, but the most fun. If you make it sound good, yes, you are very good. Okay, but if you make it sound bad, then you won't be called back again, correct?
On the stage or in the studio, the snare is usually captured by two mics, one above, one below. Most of the sound comes from the top mic, which is usually a dynamic instrument mic like this ATM 650. The bottom mic is either a condenser that can handle the high SPL or another dynamic. Here we're using an ATM 450 condenser to add high-end snap from the snares.
Okay, I don't have the 450 with me today, but the reason why we make the 450 is that usually our condenser is one stick, correct? Pointing this way. This is a side address condenser, so you can easily slot here, easier to place the mic. Another thing that I love about the 450, because it's like this, like a stick, but side address, I use this a lot for choir. Why? Because when I use this mic, and let's say I point onto Park's head, you feel stress, right, Park? Maybe this one gun, okay? Then bang, habis, okay? But when I put this like this, right, you don't see the mic. So psychologically, when we put a mic near a choir singer, they will have auto limiter. Okay, normally they sing 90 dB. With the mic, suddenly 40 dB. Because they scared, I'm going to sing wrongly, I will sing wrongly. Instant limit. Don't need compression. There's nothing to compress. There's nothing. Because psychologically, especially for amateur, especially let's say maybe the church or the school or whichever choir, they are not confident. When they see the mic, normally we will start to sing slowly. Correct? Like me, when I never look at the score and play the bass, suddenly my bass also very soft. This is normal. So always remember, we as an engineer, we also need to take care of the performance, their emotion, psychologically also. So when you have something that they cannot see, if I put this here, I can't see it, I won't be afraid. If I see this pointing, oh shit. Correct? So this is very important as engineer because all these kind of things are important, especially when you're handling schools. Maybe they are very talented, but they are afraid because they have not enough experience. So we need to manage that. A lot of things, So we are engineer. We also set up crew. We also got battery park. Where's the water park? Where's the toilet park? You have tape park. We also need to take care of their emotion. Anything go wrong, they also blame us. We also have to do Spotify music, everything. It's not easy to be a sound engineer. Correct, many things. So that's why they better pay us more.
Ini pertanyaan yang diceritakan Jinfu, pertanyaan yang pernah ditanyakan kepada saya. Mikrofonnya kok berdiri aja gitu. Nah itu saya ngomong karena kadang-kadang orang tadi gugup, nervous. Di depannya ada mikrofon, grogi. Orang Indonesia bilang grogi, nervous. Ya itu. Sampai sedemikian perusahaan yang profesional memikirkan psikologi pengguna, psikologi user. Benar-benar choir, begitu ada mikrofon nongol begitu, nyanyinya ya auto limiter. Begitu mikrofonnya selesai mereka latihan geladi, kencangnya luar biasa. Taruh mikrofon, kok nggak kencang seperti tadi ya? Ya karena secara psikologi benar apa yang dikatakan Jinsu. Saya waktu masih ada di bagian sebuah paduan suara, ketika ada di baris depan, di depan mikrofon, itu terjadi. Dan itu memang pengalaman pribadi bahwa secara psikologi kayak ada sesuatu di depan muka jadi nervous, jadi gugup.
Mengintimidasi
ya. Seperti mengintimidasi. Jadi mereka desain seperti itu supaya orang lebih santai, lebih rileks, perform pun lebih oke.
Okay, now.
Positioning the mic closer to the head will also minimize bleed from the rest of the kit. As the mic gets close, however, the low-end frequencies will be exaggerated and the drum will sound darker and less open as a result. Angling the mic down towards the edge of the drum will emphasize the overtones. While angling it towards the center of the drum will emphasize the attack. For a drier sound with less ring, move the mic outside of the rim.
Okay, so with just satu mic, satu snare, all the different position give you different tone. There's no right, there's no wrong, because all this can be used for different music, correct? So as the engineer, even if we set the snare position for the mic, we can also change it to change the tone. It's always easier to reposition the mic for a new tone, then you retune the drum, or you do other things, correct? So we need to be flexible as an engineer. So this is one simple way just to change the tone. And all is usable, depending on the song.
Jadi balik lagi ya ke materi awal tadi. Ketika kita mengerti karakteristik dan polar pattern, dan kita memahami jarak terhadap sumber suara, proximity effect, semuanya di-apply di video yang barusan. Hanya dengan satu mic, apa yang berusaha dicapai, caranya semuanya ada di situ dan kita bisa tahu kalau kita mau explore. Tanpa harus, oh ini harus pakai mic ini, oh ini harus ganti mic ini. Tapi dengan satu mic, kalau kita tahu, kita know how to do it, know how to achieve. Nah, tujuannya, itulah tujuan kita ada di seminar ini.
Okay, another thing, right, sorry for being shameless, right, but the ATM 650 have the screw on, there's a cap on the mic. It's to protect against all the drummer. How many times have the drummer hit the mic and the capsule pecah? Many times, right? Yeah, so with something like this, all the time, right? And then after that, when the mic spoil, hey, bang, sorry, Singaporean also use abang. Okay, but hey, park, the mic spoil, park. Yeah, no shit, you spoil it because you hit it, right? Yeah, so these are things that we do because we take the feedback and we change the microphone in something like this. All right, so the grill, the metal head case protects the capsule, and then you can, because it's shaped in this way, it's flat, you can actually go all the way very, very close if you need to. But of course, you can also, if you want a more open sound, because having the grill will change the tone. Without the grill, the tone will also change. Sorry, the mic a bit vintage already, I used to too many times, okay. So if you want the other sound, just take out, the sound will change also. Alright. In audio wise, always take note that the grill you can take out to change the tone. Okay? Nobody say you cannot do that, right? And most important, if it sounds good, means you are good. If it sounds bad, then you reposition the mic again lah. Correct? Okay? Always remember, we are human beings, we are not AI. Even AI also flexible now. Okay, so we must be flexible. Yeah.
Ya, yang tadi ya no rule ya, tapi kita tahu caranya, kita tahu bagaimana harus memperlakukannya. Hasilnya bagus.
Alright, so okay, this one also another one. The mic is very small, very cantik, very cute. You can put it there, and the drummer you can use smaller mic stand, because the drummer always complain, Park, they cannot see me, Park. I put on makeup, put on everything, and then after that, first the smoke machine always next to me. Okay, then without the smoke machine, it's always the mic stand next to me. So how? So you can use something smaller, cuter. But then again, drummers are, no choice, bad life. It's either the smoke machine or the drum shell. So they got no choice. Yeah. So wait, any drummers in the house? Any drummer?
Ada drummer di sini?
Sorry, Park. Sorry. But I know how you feel. Percussion is the same because usually in big show, the drum platform and the percussion platform, then the lighting designer will put the smoke machine, one left, one right, and then on, then you habis. Cannot be seen anymore. Where's the percussionist? You see the white color smoke there. It's always like that, right? So respect, sorry, you know. It's lucky I'm not the lighting guy. Yeah. Next time you put vacuum cleaner when they on, then you're on also. Whee! Then you can see you. Okay. All right. Lucky. That's why I play bass part. I can run around wireless. Okay. So bottom.
The bottom mic can be placed directly under the snares, close enough to minimize bleed, but not so close that the snares make contact with the mic. As the top head is struck and moves away from the top mic, the bottom head is pushed toward the bottom mic by the air column within the drum. This creates waveforms that are 180 degrees out of phase between the two mics. For this reason, the bottom mic needs to be flipped out of phase at the preamp. If the mic is a condenser, you'll want the pad engaged. If it features a high-pass filter, you can use this to keep out low-end leakage from the kick drum as well. Adding a little bottom mic can add snap and brightness without needing lots of...
But you kind of know what he mean, right? So every time you have a bottom mic, flip the face. Okay? And then always engage the high pass because you want the snap, not the kick drum, which is always next to the snap, not the tung 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 from the kick drum. So you need the snap from the bottom, and this is how you do that. Same thing also, if you are going for tom bottom, you can also do the same thing. But a lot of time, I think Metallica does tom top and bottom, but because of the budget, because the mixer many channel, and they can hire technician to run all the cable. Correct, right? But usually our show only. But you gila, you want? I give you snare bottom, okay? You know, no snare, no tom below, okay? All right, but that being said, wise, right? If you have the luxury of doing the tom below, you get one more layer, one more gui lapis on the tom sound, so you can mix a bit more. So the key thing about audio-wise, right, is that from one source, how many mics can I put on it that's practical, and how can I make it sound better? Okay. All right, so my favorite for ATM, 450. If you need something even bigger sounding, use the A3000. A3000 is very small like this, but the diaphragm is 1 inch. The bigger the diaphragm, the more low end you get. So if you are going for something with a lot of very powerful snare, like all the stupid bronze metal snare, and you want to sound like one snare can kill the audience type, use something like this. If you have something a bit more lighter, like all the jazz kind of tone, then the 450 is okay. A lot of metal people like this because the low end with this is very powerful. But of course, if you don't want to kill the audience, then it really depends. Metal people like to kill the audience because the audience like to be killed. They like the very punchy kind of tone. So it really depends on what you are mixing for, and you use the right mic for that. Of course, if not, you can also use a pencil condenser. Most pencil condenser will work because you just want to mic up the snare wire. So, but always make sure that the pencil condenser you have the -10 pad. If you don't have, then good luck to the mic. Correct, right? Yeah, no pad, then the mic habis, not my problem, okay? All right, so snare drum, condenser only.
If you're recording a style that has a more nuanced approach to the snare, say straight ahead jazz, then a single condenser on top may be the way to go. Here we have an AE3000. This will give us a brighter, more open snare sound than a dynamic, but with the pad on, can still handle the SPL of a snare drum.
Okay, so if you use a dynamic mic, maybe the brushes won't sound that good, because the brushes have a lot more nuance in the vibration, in the way that it's striking the skin and everything. Usually, condenser will always pick up all these small detail. Yeah, so this is how you can play around. But if you are gila and you have the budget, you have like maybe 3 channel on the snare drum, I will use one dynamic snare top, one condenser snare top, and one condenser snare bottom. Then I have everything, correct? Then I can use this to make a big, even tastier kueh lapis for the snare. Okay, because you have more mics, you have more different character, and the one you mix, then the snare will be very, very big sounding if you need to do that. So this is how you play around. I mean, there's no rule that said, no God, there's no sound engineer God who say only must use a two dynamic mic on the snare. No, right? Yeah, in some recordings, even if you go back to history of recording, right, they use even a lot more mics. It really depends on how creative you are. If it works, it works. If it sounds good, it sounds good. Doesn't matter, okay? But this is just a guideline. If you have crazy budget, you put 8 microphones and it sounds good for you. But it sounds bad, sorry, yeah. Okay, but most important thing is how to be practical, whether it's logical or not, and whether it sounds good. Yeah, so this is the most important thing. Of course, next thing is whether the client will pay for it. Don't bring your own thing and then tell the client it's okay, I sponsor, because it's point, they will not pay. Correct? Correct? Yeah, always think about that, okay? Okay, so let's come to the toms.
Condensers like this AE3000 will offer a more open hi-fi sound.
Okay, but I think he never put the rubber or the thing on the tom. But then again, this kind of ring, some people like it. Depending on the music, metal tak boleh, but some other thing maybe they like. Okay, so this is the condenser sound. We use this mostly on the floor tom, where you want it a bit bigger sounding. Most condenser is 20 to 20K, so you can use this to capture a bit more if you are having the bigger toms. The higher toms is usually a bit more higher tuning, so you may not need something like this because your range, you don't need a lot of the low end on the higher toms. Unless you want to tune your high toms to sound like low tom, then that one different story. Because I've seen drummers who actually done that before. Yeah, it really depends on the drummers playing also. So this is also another one where we have the drum on a clip-on kind of setup where you can clip onto the drum rim and use it. Of course, we are not as small as the other brand. What we use here, the capsule is a lot bigger, but because the capsule is bigger, there's more low end. Always remember, when it comes to microphones and everything, right, it's still physics. If your capsule is small, you cannot capture a lot of low end. But if the capsule is bigger, there's more low end. That's why a lot of times, the studio is always 1 inch. Correct. Then you capture a full range.
Dynamic mic like this ATM 250 will offer more punch and a tighter pickup pattern. Positioning the mic closer to the drum will generate more low end while reducing the amount of bleed from the rest of the kit. As the mic moves back, the drum will open up. Aiming the mic more towards the center will yield more attack, while a more straight up and down positioning will emphasize the overtones.
Okay, same with the snare drum, where you place where your mic capsule is going to face will give you different tonality. So same thing, I think what we can do as engineers is we can also play around with where the mic is facing and pointing to create different tones out of the thing. Yeah, but I've seen shows where the sales tech say, Park, must face this way, Park. And I said, why? No, it's always like that. I was like, oh, okay. Then after that, I change. So that I can get the tone that I want. Okay, if you are a drummer and you know what you want, and you, of course, please talk to the engineer first. Respect the engineer, but you can get in shifting that to change the tone that you want, then by all means go by it. Okay?
Sama seperti snare drum tadi ya, hanya dengan satu mic ketika kita rubah posisinya, rubah jaraknya itu tone suaranya mengalami perubahan. Nah, di mana kita mesti meletakkan mikrofon yang mengatur jaraknya. Nah, itu kan semuanya tools yang disediakan kepada kita dengan tadi dibilang no rule. Karena itu semua sudah disodorkan ke kita. Nggak ada aturannya. Kita cari solusinya di mana untuk mendapatkan suara yang dirubah. Gitu. Begitu juga dengan di kick drum tadi.
Mungkin tambahannya juga tadi seperti yang dikatakan oleh Jinfu juga, yang penting intinya adalah komunikasi dengan engineer. Misalnya drummer dan engineer-nya ternyata misalnya mereka kompak pengen mencoba satu hal lain, misalnya kok suaranya kok masih gini ya, mungkin placementnya juga harus harus diubah, dan yang penting komunikasinya harus tetap lancar, jangan terus satunya bersikeras mau kekeh tetap gini aja, suaraku kayak gini kok, tapi ternyata dari depan sulit untuk mengolahnya kayak gitu.
Ya, jadi supaya kita tidak terpaku, oh posisinya tuh harus begini, mindset kita harus begini, karena mesti tahu dulu dia naruh seperti itu karena apa. Mungkin karena mikrofonnya hanya bisa bekerja optimal seperti itu. Kan itu juga berbagai salah satu alasan. Tapi selama kita tahu apa yang diajarkan Jinfu, dijelaskan tadi, nggak ada aturan. Tapi apa yang mesti kita ingat tadi, frekuensi respon, polar pattern, dan kawan-kawan segala macam itu menjadi acuan untuk kita melakukan pointing arahnya untuk mendapatkan hasil yang terbaik.
Okay, so these are some of the examples. Of course, the ATM250 is very big, very huge. We have a smaller version. All right, they can also handle the high SPL, and also it comes with the drum mount that can clip onto the rim, so it's easier. All right, so now
place the mic so that the cymbals are as far off axis as possible to mitigate bleed, especially from the ride. Aiming the mic away from the snare can also help keep it from bleeding into the mic as well.
Okay, so another thing that a lot of stage, a lot of sound guys or stage hands don't notice, right, is where the mic is positioned. Okay, well, remember the mic is a mic; it picks up sound, correct? If you put it in a place where it's gonna hear the ride or the snare or all the crash and everything, then you will get all the bleed. So we can use the mic pickup pattern and the position to minimize all the bleed. But we need to take care and remember that. All right. Of course, then you need to train the stagehand properly to do that, because they need to consider all this. These are very important. Otherwise, you're like, hey, how come my floor tom has so much rise sound? Because you place it right below and it's picking up the floor tom, you idiot. Yeah. Then you go and score A2. Okay, the A1 will A2, where you put the mic? Why is it having so much bleed inside? Can you go and reposition the mic or not? Okay? But most of the time, I think here will be all the A1 and A2, or maybe or whichever, depending. But always take note that you need to consider all this. Otherwise, the A1 job is going to be crazy, because you'll be getting so much just to remove away all the thing. All right, so the less processing.
Pertama harus dilakukan adalah mikrofon terhadap sumber suaranya. Kita tahu dasarnya seperti apa. Kita tahu kita harus apa. Kita tahu kita mau ngapain.
Okay, oh gosh. Okay, I hate you Windows.
Place the mic so that the cymbals are as far off the top cymbal when it's open. Aiming the mic straight down or even off the edge maximizes the off-axis rejection provided by the mic's cardioid pickup pattern. If the mic has a low-frequency roll-off like the ATM450, this can be used to further reduce the bleed from the kick and the toms. This mic placement should produce a nice, full-sounding hi-hat. For a tighter, more controlled sound, move the mic more towards the bell. For a real heavy hitter, you may have to move it up to keep the hi-hats under control. One thing to avoid is having the mic parallel to the cymbals, pointed directly at the edge like we have here. The large amount of air expelled when the cymbals close can overload or even damage the diaphragm of a small condenser.
Okay, so just take note. Same like the kick drum. If you are putting the mic where the air is going to come out, actually, you all should do that. Then you all will buy more mics. But always take note, where the air is coming out from that place, don't put the mic there. Unless you want to buy new mics, okay? All right? Or unless you want to tell the boss, the mic's spoiled, I need to buy a new one. Then you do that. But also take note of where he position and always make sure that you clear with the drummer how he want to adjust a hi-hat. Some of them like the hi-hat tighter, some like it more loose, depending on their technique. So always check with them because there will always be one idiot who will readjust the hi-hat and then the thing hit the mic, correct? Always. Maybe not this show, but there will always be one idiot who will do that. So always check, always make sure always tell the drummer, Park, I already adjust the mic. Please don't adjust the thing anymore. You want to adjust, let me know. Then we can adjust the mic stand also, okay? Yeah. No, sound engineer like macam mother, must go and nag everybody. Alright, so this is that. Okay, you can also use the 41 if you want to. All right,
Though it may not always be necessary, a dedicated microphone can help a ride cymbal cut through a dense mix. Here we have an AT4041 small diaphragm condenser, aimed about midway between the edge and the bell on the outside half of the cymbal. Keeping the mic close to the cymbal will minimize bleed, but getting too close can cause excessive low end to build up. Remember, this mic should serve to augment the overheads, so we need attack and definition more than we need body. Moving the mic closer to the bell will add more ping. Moving the mic more towards the edge will emphasize the overtones. In the mix, listen to the overhead soloed and pan the ride mic to bring it forward in the stereo image.
Okay, a lot of times we don't have the luxury of the ride cymbal mic. The cymbal have, but the mic don't have. Unless you have a bigger show, because most of the time you always use the overheads to do that. So, but then if you put one more mic for the ride, there's a bit more emphasis, especially for some shows where the ride is important, like jazz, correct? Maybe some of the pop, depending on the sound arrangement. So this will help to put one more layer to that. But you also need to take note, like for this time, I will definitely use the high pass, cut with the lows, so that the low end from the ride cymbal is not captured. So there's a lot of things that you can play around with the mic position. Of course, this is also a luxury because usually they will say, Park, now channel Park. Park, sorry, our mixer max out already, Park. Oh, Park, we never bring the mic stand and the cable for the ride cymbal. We thought don't need. This kind of thing. So it really depends. Of course, if it helps to bring the show to the next level and the client is appreciative, then why not? But if the client doesn't care, then never mind, don't bother, okay?
Ya itu kalau kita ada budget lebih untuk productionnya, kita bisa bawa hasil untuk musiknya itu lebih detail dengan contohnya menambahkan spesifik mic untuk ride cymbal. Jadi tidak hanya mengandalkan overhead, tidak hanya mengandalkan overhead di atas, tapi ada yang khusus untuk ride cymbal. Jadi ringingnya itu pun lebih jelas, kemudian hasil musikalnya juga lebih bagus. Tapi ya memang production cost-nya
akan bertambah.
Tapi selama kita bisa mempertanggungjawabkan itu, orang suka ya pasti, oh ya bener kamu ya, bagus ini gitu.
If space is a concern, miking from underneath is also an option. Since the mic is pointing up, it will be out of phase with the overhead, so be sure to flip it. Depending upon how the kit is set up, this may offer improved isolation as well.
Okay, there's another way for the drummer to be seen. Idea, now that's why, now you know why Metallica like to mic under. Okay, always make sure that the handsome drummer and the percussionist can be seen, okay? All right. Okay, so my favorite, okay, I think we all use this method all the time.
The first technique, and probably the most common, is spaced condensers. Here we have a pair of AT4050s set to cardioid above the kit. Spaced pairs offer a great deal of flexibility in placement. The mics can be placed low over the cymbals to de-emphasize the rest of the kit, or higher like we have them here to capture a more balanced sound. Placing the mics further apart will create a wider stereo image. Now we have the mics lower to the cymbals, which will de-emphasize the rest of the kit. Wherever you place your overhead mics, make sure to keep them exactly equidistant from the snare. This will keep the snare centered in the stereo image and prevent any phase problems. This is easy to do by simply taking a mic cable and measuring from the center of the snare to each mic and adjust accordingly. Also, never get the mic so low that the edge of the cymbal moves across the element as the cymbal is struck, as this causes nasty phasing.
Okay, so all this is negative example. But just now what he did is what a lot of people don't do, correct? How many of you will take the mic cable to measure? Correct, that's why you are good. Okay, how many of you will follow him? But it's very important. Why? Because usually, okay, I also did one show in Thailand. I adjust it just now this way, and then the stage tech went to adjust it equal distance from side eye. But they forget, a mic is to pick up sound, not to look on stage. Who gives a shit about whether the overheads and my snare is aligned? Okay, so this helps a lot in getting a good tone from your kit, from the mics.
Oke, jadi yang masih naruhnya sama, oh rata kiri kanan, bertobat. Udah tahu kenapa kan? Jadi bertobat ya kita sama-sama.
Okay, to potential drummers, I still love you guys. Don't come and hit me later, okay? I'm scared, okay? Okay. Right. So of course, alternative to space overheads, right? Audio Technica always like to use the most expensive, but you can go for other condensers. I have even done show where I use the 2020, the cheapest, but it still does the job. Okay. Then of course all the pencil condensers you can go. Now the most popular overhead mic that Audio Technica, a lot of people use for overhead, the AT5045, but I never put it because very expensive. It's like you putting a U87 for overhead, which some people do overseas. In overseas, I've seen people who use the 251, the C12, 87, or even 47, because they like the tone. Okay, most important, if budget is not an issue and you're in control and you like the tone, go for it. So right now, the rage, or in Japan and China and other places in US, they use the AT5045. Very expensive also. Yeah, one pair I think is almost the price of the 87. Yeah, but they like the tone. All right. So same thing, it's like as an engineer, we have our own tone preference. It's just like you're telling the guitarist you must use a Les Paul or a Strat. All is all tone. All is our preferred kind of thing. Okay, but as long as it sounds good and it's good, and the drummer wants to buy the mic after that, go for it. Okay. Okay, now very interesting XY for drum overheads.
The next technique is the XY configuration. This consists of two cardioid condensers arranged with the elements as close together as possible at a 90-degree angle. This coincident arrangement offers a focused, phase-coherent stereo image. Here we have a pair of AE 5100s mounted on a stereo bar. They're directly over the snare to keep it centered in the stereo field, and again they need to be high enough to avoid any phasiness from the cymbal movement.
Okay, XY is very rare, correct? Very rare, because not all people will use this. But why will you use XY? If let's say you are doing a live show, it's going to be recorded and beamed to YouTube. Then I will suggest that you use XY. Why? If you're using space and then you sum to mono, you will have cancellation, correct? But if you're using XY and you sum to mono, it's still okay. All right. So if you're doing a lot of live streaming, that kind of thing, right? And then because live stream, right? If you get the latest iPhone, you get Dolby Atmos. But if you get the older Huawei, Oppo, all this, then they sum everything to satu mono, yeah. Then good luck. So it really depends. So it really depends on the show that you're missing for, and whether you're going to stand up for YouTube broadcast. All right, and then that will decide what you want to do. Okay, so if you are, well, of course, you know, if they don't care, they just record everything, and then it's okay, or they have a dedicated broadcast mixer to mix, then okay. But if you satu orang do live, satu orang do monitor, satu orang do broadcast mix, then you must reconsider something. Okay, so this will be one reason why I want to use XY. But it also look cool, you know. Maybe they do this so that the drummer can be seen, less mic stand. Also percussionists can try this, XY. Then you can be seen more, okay?
The third technique is ORTF. This is another coincident pair consisting of two cardioid condensers, positioned 17 centimeters apart, angled 110 degrees from each other. Here we have two AT4040s. This technique offers a phase-coherent stereo image like XY, with more width and symbols relative to the rest of the kit.
Okay, so XY, ORTF, we use a lot in orchestra, also in stereo recording, but that doesn't stop us from using this on the drum kit. Because when you put two mics on top, it's to give you your stereo imaging, correct? So same thing will apply. If it works in stereo capture, it will work on the drum kit. Okay, alternative, if you want to save money, this is also an alternative. All right, but if you have the money for 40, 50, go for it. Okay, you have money for all this, go for it. Because a better mic gives you another different sound also. All right, sorry, the video never played. Okay.
The kick is mic'd inside with an ATM250 hypercardioid dynamic to capture attack and punch, and an AT4047 SV cardioid condenser outside to beef up the low end. On the hat is an ATM450 cardioid condenser with the pad on and the 80 Hz roll-off engaged to mitigate bleed from the kick. On the snare, we have an ATM650 hypercardioid dynamic on top, placed just outside the rim. Underneath is another ATM450 cardioid condenser with the 10 dB pad on to pick up the snares. Remember, the bottom snare mic should always be flipped out of phase. The 80 Hz roll-off is also on to reduce bleed from the kick and the toms. On both toms, we have AE3000 cardioid condensers with the 10 dB pad on. They're placed about 3 inches above the drum, facing directly down. On the ride is an AT4041 small condenser with the 80 Hz roll-off engaged. Overhead are a pair of AT4050 condensers in a spaced cardioid arrangement with no pad and no roll-off.
Okay, I skipped this because they are going into the room recording side, where they have another mic in this formation to capture even more of the room tone. But usually for live, we don't need that much of the room tone, unless you're doing for broadcast. So in the Grammys, right, what they do is that actually the drum set or the guitar amp sometimes is isolated, and we have one mic for the room tone. But that's when they have a lot of budget, because Grammy Awards a lot of money. Okay, so alternative, there's also the MBTK series that you guys can consider. All right. This is very interesting. The jazz 3-mic approach.
For this jazz setup, we're going to use just 3 microphones to cover the whole kit. Here we have a pair of AE5100 small condensers in an XY configuration focused at the snare. Using a coincident pair gives us a full overview of the kit as a single instrument. This is ideal to capture the dynamics and interplay common to jazz. Compared to other coincident stereo techniques, the XY pair offers the most focused center and a balanced stereo image that is not overly wide. This is ideal to keep the snare drum prominent in the center without needing its own mic. Since most of our sound will come from these 2 mics, it's important to find the right height to get the most balanced picture of the kit. With an XY pair above the kit, the kick drum can often require a little extra coverage. To fill in the low end, we have an AT4047 cardioid condenser in front of the kick drum.
Okay, I may want to put a pillow at the kick drum, but that's another different thing. But at least, you know, if you want to do something like this, and maybe they got not enough channel, 3 mics, 3 mic also boleh. Okay, but of course, you know, more mics give you more control. But if you the client no budget or they want to cut down, no mic stand, all this, maybe you can do this. Okay. All right. So this is this. All right, and there's another the ultimate budget.
Here we have a Pro 25AX dynamic instrument mic, just outside the hole in front of the kick. Since we're using a single mic on the kick, we've placed the mic to pick up attack from the batter head through the hole, while picking up low end from the front head at the same time. On the top of the snare, we have a Pro 63HE dynamic instrument mic. It's about 1.5 inches above the drum, just inside the rim. The foundation of our sound will come from these 2 mics, a pair of AT2020 cardioid condensers in the Recorderman configuration. The Recorderman consists of 2, preferably matching microphones, one directly above the snare and one just above the drummer's right shoulder aimed at the snare. They should be roughly 2 drumstick lengths away from the center of the snare drum. Both mics must also be equidistant from the kick drum and snare drum. To check this, take a mic cable and hold one end in place against the kick drum with the beater. Measure up to the first mic and down to the snare. Then swing over to the other mic and adjust as necessary. Unlike a setup where every piece of the kit is mic'd, most of our sound is coming from these 2 mics. The overhead pair present a full picture of the kit, while the tight mics on the kick and the snare serve more to augment the main pair.
This is something very rare, very, very new. A lot of people never do this before, right? Yeah, but these are some of the techniques that if, let's say, no choice, customer only say 4 channel on the mixer, you can do this. I won't say it sounds the best, but I would say in times where you need to do this, why not? Yeah, because if you do your omni space right, you may not get the coherentness from the snare and the kick in this sense. Or, I mean, your space cardioid or space omni, depending. So these are ways to get a more coherent sound just using 2 overheads. Yeah. Right. So we come to the more fun things. Okay, so you notice, wise, right? When they put the mic, sorry, it's all in Japanese, so I cut only the performance side. So when you are having direct sound on the saxophone or on the brass wise, right? A lot of us will tend to veer away the capsule. Because of the brass is very high impact in the air. And also if you go directly in, it's too harsh. So we will slide a bit at the side to make it less harsh. But it also depends. Some people like it harsh, some people don't like it. So the mic positioning is for you to decide whether you want it to be more direct, more harsh, or you want it to be a bit more subtle. It really depends on that. Okay. So of course the ATM350U that you watched the video just now, I think they played back a lot of the video many times. This can be used for saxophone, brass, trombone, all this. Okay, another thing that a lot of engineers always want to talk about, the piano. How? Okay, sorry.
First setup, we have the mics inside the piano for a bright pop sound. This offers good isolation, which can be improved by lowering the lid. We have a pair of AT4060 tube condensers, 11 inches above the strings pointed straight down.
A microphone with an extremely consistent cardioid pickup pattern throughout the frequency spectrum, like the 4060, is ideal for piano. When using two mics like this, it's important to observe the 3-to-1 rule. By keeping the mics at least 3 times farther from each other than the sound source, in this case the strings of the piano, proper phase alignment can be maintained. Always make sure to check phase at the console too. One mic is placed at the center of each string group. Be careful not to get too close to the strings to ensure that strings closest to the mic aren't overemphasized. Brightness can be increased by moving closer to the hammers, or conversely, lessened by moving away.
Okay, of course, they're using a tube mic, but I also seen other videos where they use 251, 12, and 67s, all this. It really depends on what you want. Of course, having a tube inside smoothen the sound a bit if you want to do that. But most of the time for live show, we will usually maybe use two LDCs, large diaphragm condensers, or maybe 2 pencil condensers. It really depends on where you place it. But always play around with the placement to get the sound that you want. Okay? Okay. Alternatively, you can also use this, the ATM 350PL, where it's magnetic, clip there and point to where you want. And because it's magnetic, you can, once you put a position, you can lower the lid if you need to. All right? Then we also, a lot of the high-end pianists are using the AT5045. This is something very, very interesting. If we can do one event show, we will actually maybe bring this and let you guys experience it. And you do notice that for this guy, the capsule is actually rectangular. It's not round. So the sound is a lot more different. Okay? All right, so...
Next, we'll use a stereo pair outside the piano for a more natural solo piano sound. Here we have a pair of AT4051B small diaphragm condensers in XY, about 3 feet in front of the piano, 5 feet off the ground. The best way to find the ideal location is to move around the room while the pianist plays. The spot that sounds best to your ears will probably sound best to the mics too.
XY mostly for studio. Don't use it for your live show, okay? All right. So that's the XY. And then there's also another method where if let's say really they've got no
budget. The full sound of the piano can also be captured with a single mic. Here we have an AT2020 cardioid condenser just outside the piano. Again, walking around while the player plays is the best way to find the sweet spot. Placing the mic close to the piano will keep it from being overly roomy.
Yeah, but the difference is because it's only stator mic, there's no stereo imaging. All right? But of course, if the customer have no budget, okay, go for this, okay? Because the budget must go to the MC. Very important. No, budget must go to the smooth machine. Then the drummer cannot be seen, okay? All right, so there's a few more on, I think but this is a little bit more for recording-wise, for acoustic guitar. But of course, in acoustic guitar-wise, right, this is what I like to show because...
Quick little comparison.
Okay, I would say if you veer the mic a bit more, it won't be so boomy. But in most cases wise, right, if you are doing maybe for pop, where the acoustic guitar is the main lead, or maybe satu guitar and satu vocal, then you can use this kind of setup where it's spot miking the guitar and it sounds a lot more natural. The Martin must sound like Martin, don't sound like cheap guitar. Because when you use the piezo, right, you can hear the difference in the piezo sound as compared to a more natural pickup sound. But of course, if the room acoustic is bad, use the piezo. If it's going to be very loud, like in some of the events where your acoustic guitar is going to fight against a Mesa Boogie in ×2, and maybe 2 times JCM 900, then the piezo will be useful because the piezo can cut through a lot more. But if it's only the guitar itself, like some of the acoustic singer-songwriter type, then the piezo will sound damn bad with the vocal because there's no body. So you need to use something like this to bring in the body, make it sound more natural sounding. Of course, this is just one example where you can do all this, all right? And they are telling me that Q&A is coming soon. Yes, ma'am. Okay, right now. Okay, guys, any question? Others you will scold me, yeah.
Baik, silakan mungkin ada yang ingin ditanyakan. Kalau misalnya tidak berbahasa Inggris, bisa bahasa Indonesia, nanti akan ditranslate ya.
Silakan teman-teman kalau ada pertanyaan.
Oke.
Mungkin bisa bantu ditranslate, Mas.
Siap.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Petrus. Ini kan sebetulnya lebih ke gimana kita bisa mendengarkan suara dengan maksimal kan, untuk best experience kan sebetulnya. Nah, mau bertanya gimana sih untuk cara melatih telinga, apalagi kalau ada perbedaan ruangan, misalkan mendengarkan di studio dengan mendengarkan live itu kan pasti berbeda caranya. Terus apalagi dengan device yang berbagai macam, gimana sih untuk adaptasinya biar setidaknya kita ada patokan begitu kira-kira. Cukup.
So he wants to ask how to train our ears to, as we know, we listen to music like differently when we're listening to music in live, we experience it differently than when we experience music like in the studio. So how do we train our ears to maximize the audio experience for us?
Okay, I think that's a good question. When I was learning audio, I had to listen to a lot of CDs. And then I watch a lot of tutorial, like for example, what's a good snare sound, or what do they did to make the kind of snare sound. Then you also need to practice, because if let's say you have the luck, like maybe you are studying in a university, you have all your kawan-kawan, your friends to play, and then you can put the mic and hear what the mic hear. And then from there, how can you make it sound like what you have in the recording that you like? Yeah. Same like, when you're doing videography or you're doing photo or video, you take the camera, you also try to take and make it look like what you like, correct? So same thing, we use the mic, record, and then learn what all the EQ does to the recording. If you want to, what does the reverb do to it? After you get the reverb, how does it sound like? All this kind of thing, you can try, because the key thing is to try. Every time you try, you learn a new thing. Do not be afraid, unless it's a live show. Okay? If you're a live show, then it's a different thing. But if you practice and everything on Pro Tools, all this, you understand what the EQ is doing, then very good. Live show is very different. Live show is a lot of damage control, a lot of PR, and a lot of making people happy. And also a lot of toilet is there. Exit is also there. Okay? So the key thing about engineers is that because we are in control, then we will need to know, okay, like all the basis of what's the fundamental frequency for this instrument, what is important. If I add 400 hertz or I cut 600, what's going to do? If you have, maybe you can just download a recording, then you can manipulate it in Pro Tools or in Logic or in any way, or play out through the mixer and Play. Listen from there. It's just like when you add on more salt or more chili, you must taste, right? Correct? If you don't listen to it, then how will you know? To train your ears, you need to listen more. And you need to be more critical about listening. Okay? So for the ladies in the house, if all these guys say they cannot listen to you nag, means they are not a good engineer. Engineer must be able to hear the wife nag also. Okay, most of the time we are very trained to noise, to hear frequencies and to hear a lot of things. So this is very important. So what I did in the past also, I don't know whether you guys do that also, is that when I listen to a CD, I try to listen to as many instruments that I can and how they mix. All right, then this will open up your palette a bit more. Then from there, when you can play on the mixer, play back certain track or certain solo recording, mix around, play around with it, understand what does plus 1 or 2 on the notch do onto the voicing of the recording. Okay, then from there, then you can understand. Because the lecturer can tell you, okay, kick drum minus 400. 400 is just a number. But what is 400 to your ears? Correct. It's just that when you are learning how to cook, you see the YouTube, add 1 teaspoon of salt. Okay? But you see the YouTube, correct? You see the video, but you never taste. You need to experience it, then you can understand. Of course, there's a lot of tutorial online. Then that's why I play all the videos today, let you all hear. Okay? Because I can't get a drum set here, I can't get a piano here, I can't get all this kind of thing here. And I don't have enough space in my luggage for all the mics, and the custom will give me shit when I bring all the mics here. Okay? But that being said wise, right, at least from the video, you can have a relative understanding of what it does to the source. After that, after you've seen this, go and try. Go and try. Maybe you say, "Pa, I don't like this kind of sound, I like another sound." Go for it. I have a friend, what he did on the kick drum, his rider spec is 2 times kick drum, 22-inch. Not because he's going to mic his double pedalist, but he take 1 kick drum, put the other kick drum next to it, make it a tunnel for the very, very, very big bass sound. Yeah, but nobody say that it's wrong. He got what he wanted, and the sound is good. Okay? Always remember, we are engineers. Engineers are, on theory, we are the logical guy. But actually, we are the make scientists also. Okay? We are there to engineer and to create magic. That's why audio engineer, usually, most of the time, our degree is Bachelor of Arts, not Bachelor of Engineering. Because we mix arts and engineering together. Engineer also because we need to know all the inverse law, everything, how humidity affect audio and everything. This is the engineering part, the physics part. The mixing is the arts part. That's why it's not easy to be a sound engineer. Okay? I hope this answers your question.
Sudah cukup jelas, Mas? Oke. Enggak, masih harus ditranslate enggak maksudnya gitu loh. Kalau ditranslate enggak apa-apa.
Hello, Chinfu. I'm Visnu, and I do a lot of work with like recording in a studio. So I have a question about the devices, especially like a durability of devices in normal circumstances. How old the devices will be in the best performance? There is a limited time or not? It is my first question.
Okay. Can I answer your first question first? All right, because I'm a guy that will forget. Okay, so to answer the thing about durability. Okay, so sad to say, but good to know, we are in Southeast Asia. Means Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, humidity is high. Okay, so humidity is high means after 1 year or maybe less than half a year, foam will disintegrate. Okay, if you are maybe on the condenser element, if you are very unlucky, which most of us are, maybe it will grow fungus or mold. Okay, so a lot of time if the mic is expensive, put inside a dry cabinet. Okay, protect it. But if you are doing rental studio, okay, you can put dry cabinet, maintain the humidity. After that, whip down. Don't make sure that there's no perspiration because our perspiration is acidic. Okay, make sure that the coating on the mic, everything is all protected. Dry box, protect the mic element, everything. So this will maintain the mic a lot more. Another thing is, like what you see in the video, if it's a high SPL, don't go and put your expensive microphone. Don't go and put a U87 or vintage U87 or a vintage Audio Technica that we're not making anymore. Don't put that. And then after that, you send email to customer service and say, but the thing spoil how? Got spare capsule? Neumann will say, thank you, I'll replace you with a new one. And it doesn't sound the same. Audio Technica will say, maybe thank you, we will need to search our archive. It happened to Eric Clapton, we changed his mic before. But we make sure that whenever we give the Eric Clapton, we make 5 mics for him, 3 archive, 2 for him. The 3 archive is when the mic spoil, we still have 3 to give him. And because they are made at the same period, the capsule also aged the same period. Okay, so when the capsule gets older, most of the time, maybe it will sound good. Okay, but of course, it will, in Singapore, Indonesia, the humidity is high. Maybe it will change, the tension will change. But usually we call this seasoning, we call this vintaging the mic, or breaking the element to make sure that it reacts better. But after maybe 10 years of you, the mic also say, I tak boleh tahan you already, I will die. Okay, so in most cases, wise, right, dry box, make sure that if it's condenser, don't put it at all the dangerous high SPR area, and just make sure that don't drop the mic, especially for condenser. Because condenser, once you drop, it's like you don't drop your ear, right? Once you drop, for dynamic, maybe still boleh, but if you drop a condenser, the diaphragm is very tight. So once you drop it, it may loosen. Okay, and then you cannot already. To repair such condensers wise, right, I know some guys in Australia who will redo the diaphragm for you, but it won't sound the same anymore. Okay, because it's just like one shoe you wear for 10 years, then you wear another new one, it's not gonna sound the same. Okay, then you cannot match the sound. Okay, so always remember, always take care. The more expensive it is, make sure that it's your sayang, okay? Otherwise, you abuse the mic, then the mic will not sayang you. Yeah. Okay, next question.
Tadi mungkin menjelaskan sedikit, tadi pertanyaannya dari Mas Inu di depan adalah apakah semacam alat-alat itu, devices itu ada dalam tanda kutip ada masa pakainya, apakah ada kedaluarsanya. Dan tadi Jinfu lebih menjawab untuk bagaimana cara ke maintenance alat-alat tersebut, terutama untuk ke mic condenser, terutama di negara yang tingkat kelembabannya tinggi seperti Singapura dan Indonesia. Di tempat-tempat yang lembab seperti di sini, itu kita harus pastikan bahwa tempat menyimpannya, terutama kondenser, itu adalah tempat yang sangat kering, jangan sampai lembab sama sekali. Dan yang lebih penting juga, karena di dalamnya banyak sekali komponen-komponen yang cuma tipis, selain menyimpannya harus benar, jangan sampai terjatuh juga. Karena ada mungkin komponen-komponen yang lembut dan tipis, mungkin bisa mengendur atau mungkin rusak di dalamnya yang tidak kita lihat dari bagian luarnya. Jadi kurang lebih begitu pertanyaan pertama dan jawaban dari Jinfu tadi. Lanjut.
Thank you. It's so helpful. And my second question about the performance of the device. Sometimes when we are both an amplifier or a headphone or speaker, sometimes some myth said that we need some required time before it get the best performance of the devices. So for example, if we buy like speaker, we need to after 3 months after we bought it, we get just the best performance of the devices, the sound. Okay. Does it work from the microphone or it's just a myth in the audio?
Okay, this is a very good question. Okay, to audiophile, they believe in one thing called burning in. Okay, so burning in, if you go in Google, is when you buy the new earphone, you must play for 48 hours for the diaphragm to climatize and the kind of thing to be used to it, right? The kind of thing, so that it will sound optimum. For microphones wise, right, same also with acoustic guitar. When you buy your Gibson, your Fender, no, not Fender, you buy your Gibson, your Martin, and your Taylor, the first year like shit, but after 2 years open up, wow, sound good. Then after that 2 years, you never maintain, put outside, humidity, then the thing warp, then habis. Okay, so the same thing also happen wise, right? I will say, right, some people they collect certain era of microphones because of a certain, the capsule is burned in, but burn in is one thing. So burn in, that means they carefully use the mic all the time, and the electronics is used to the electricity going in. That's more for tube. Okay, that means when you need to use it, and after that the tube is warm. Like when you're using a tube mic for recording wise, right, you need to on it at least for, sorry, I haven't used tube mic for a very long time. In Singapore, I don't need to buy. Because Singapore, you buy a tube mic, the humidity is too high already. You need to use it in the proper studio. I don't have proper studio. But most of the time for tube mic, at least you need to on it at least minimum hour, at least 6 hours or even more, so that the tube is warm, electronics is warm, and it will perform. Okay? But whether the capsule needs to burn in or not, it really depends. Of course, me for dynamic mic, you use for a big while, get it used to the SPL kind of thing, then the diaphragm will vibrate a bit better because it's still physics. Because when you come out from the factory wise, right, it's stiff. I mean, by right, it's not supposed to. I mean, it's still physics. You know, when it's new, it's stiff. That's like your shoe. When it's new, it's stiff, right? The more you use, more comfortable it is. Then the sound will change. So the problem is whether you like the sound when it first start or the sound when it's a bit more seasoned. But most of the time, we are very used to the. That's why a lot of people they like to use mics. They are used for many years because it's already the diaphragm is already very used to moving. Yeah, but of course, you know, a new mic should sound okay. You know, an old mic should sound better because the diaphragm can vibrate a lot more. But when it's a condenser element, right? The condenser capsule is because the diaphragm is so thin that doesn't need any season. Any breaking in. If you do breaking in, it will break. Because it's in microns, you know. So if you go and like put like 1K tone to the mic or whatever thing or white noise, that kind of thing, the mic was like, bro, I'm so thin, you know, like sashimi. No, like the shabu shabu kind of thin. Why do you want to torture me like that? So always take note that, you know, maybe you don't need, but maybe for tube mic, you need to warm up the electronics, that kind of thing. For dynamic mics, you realize that after a while using, it's a bit more, it's a bit more sensitive, that kind of thing. But that's because the diaphragm is loose. Yeah. But of course, most of the time, you know, a mic should be a lot more durable. It shouldn't be that easy to break down. But don't go and play white noise at 110 SPL and point to the mic and think that it will open up. No. After that, you will come to me and then I will sell you another new mic. Yeah, because you will break the diaphragm, definitely. Yeah.
Oke, jadi sedikit menjelaskan pertanyaan yang berikutnya tadi. Ada kayak semacam ungkapan bahwa setiap alat-alat musik itu ada masa burn in-nya dulu. Seperti misal kayak, apa ya, seperti kita mungkin kalau pakai baju baru gitu, pertama kali dipakai masih kaku. Apakah alat musik juga kayak gitu sampai luas gitu, harus ada masa burn in-nya juga. Tadi kalau dari penjelasannya Jinfu, ternyata memang alat-alat musik itu juga ada masa burn in-nya. Kayak semacam, tadi contohnya kayak gitar akustik, di tahun pertama dipakai buat rekaman, buat main, masih sounds like shit. Tapi nanti di tahun kedua tiba-tiba, wow, sudah improve suaranya. Terus tadi juga memberi contoh Jinfu dari mic condenser. Mic condenser gitu juga, mic tabung, yang instrumen yang menggunakan tabung. Itu membutuhkan waktu untuk dalam tanda kutip pemanasannya lebih lama, kayak tadi contohin mungkin sekitar sampai 6 jam atau lebih, supaya si tube-nya itu menghangat dan istilahnya dia nanti akan punya respons yang lebih baik atau gimana. Nah, tapi pertanyaannya tadi dari Jinfu adalah, kalian lebih suka yang gimana karakternya? Apakah karakternya ketika dia belum panas ataupun ketika masa, dalam tanda kutip masa burn in-nya itu belum selesai, atau ketika sudah lebih, dalam bahasa Jawanya lebih semeleh? Apakah sudah ketika itu? Pertanyaannya itu tadi. Secara singkat mungkin bisa saya jelaskan seperti itu.
Oke, baik, cukup ya. Karena waktunya juga kita nanti akan mendekati untuk buka puasa. Mungkin for the last, mungkin ada juga yang ingin disampaikan untuk conclusion ataupun juga closing statement before we close this Q&A time.
You mean I still need to talk more? Okay. But one thing, you know, I'm very grateful that you guys are here. I would say maybe you guys have even longer experience in mixing or recording everything. I just hope that it's a two-way exchange, where from because I haven't been mixing for quite a while because I'm busy selling stuff. But what I share is the manufacturer point of view and how we see things. Like just now, we were talking about Moto GP and how we make certain mics for Moto GP. So the key thing for Audio Technica wise, whenever we invest in a sports event, we must deliver the emotion of the sport. Okay, so the mics were placed in the motorcycle behind and in front, and the key thing that the engineers say, if you cannot capture the sound of wind, then it's not the sound of speed. But when you capture the sound of wind, then it's a distortion. So what we did for MotoGP is that the mic is here, we put wind wings, wings for the wind to blow over, so that you can still capture the wind, but you can still capture the conversation of the rider. So this is why, this is at the mechanical engineering part of Audio Technica, where we also want to understand what is your purpose of the mic. What are you trying to achieve? If you put a mic, they can only capture the voice but no wind. It's not real because you are riding the bike at 300 km per hour. Of course, there's wind, right? And if there's no wind, there's no emotion because the sound of speed is wind. And how can you capture the wind and the voice and make it clear? And that's what our engineers are thinking when they do new product and new design. So of course, in a lot of times, people will say that Audio Technica is an old company, we are old Japanese, very straightforward kind of thing. But you also notice that while we have our own persistence in engineering, a lot of other brands don't move forward and create new things. But we take all this as technology challenge. We go beyond mechanical engineering and physics to deliver the objective, which is to capture the sound for that purpose. So that's why I hope, for today, right, the sharing is that, we're all engineers. A mic is just a mic. How creative we are, decide the output, and how can we make the client happy and you happy. Yeah, so thank you.
Oke, baik, give applause, berikan tepuk tangan. Terima kasih Mr. Chen Jinfu dan juga Mas Karuna. Kita silakan untuk bisa kembali di tempat dan semoga untuk yang tadi disampaikan oleh narasumber ini bisa menjadi tambahan ilmu untuk teman-teman semuanya. Baik, tepuk tangan dan juga semangatnya mana nih? Udah ngantuk? Sebentar lagi kita berbuka puasa kurang lebih di jam 17.48. Kita masih ada sisa waktu dan seperti janji saya tadi, kita juga akan ada door prize. 2 orang yang beruntung nantinya akan mendapatkan, waduh, ini luar biasa sekali yang kita tunggu-tunggu, yaitu 2 buah mikrofon Audio Technica ATR 1300. Nah, gimana caranya 2 orang beruntung ini nanti akan mendapatkan? Kita akan ada yang namanya Wheels of Fortune yang ada di layar ini, dan nanti yang akan memberikan secara simbolis adalah Mr. Chan Jinfu dan juga Mas Karuna, dan tentunya hadiahnya nanti akan dikirimkan ke rumah masing-masing. Oke, baik, siapakah yang beruntung untuk mendapatkan mikrofon Audio Technica ATR 1300? Untuk 1 orang yang pertama, yang beruntung adalah stop. Ya. Siapa ini yang beruntung? Lare Windar. Mana Lare Windar? Oke, silakan untuk maju ke atas panggung. Wow, kamu udah punya belum di rumah?
Belum.
Oh, belum punya, alhamdulillah. Ke atas panggung ya, berkah Ramadan ya. Oke. Yang beruntung yang kedua, kita akan putar-putar lagi. Kamu agak geser dulu deh, biar semuanya lihat ya. Oke, wait ya. Kita putar-putar yang kedua, silakan kita putar. Stop. Congratulations for Muflik Ibnu. Oke. Wow. Luar biasa sekali. Ayo silakan bisa langsung turun ke bawah. Ini dari ISI bukan? Kamu dari mana, Mas? Dari ISI. Dari jurusan apa?
Dari pendidikan musik.
Pendidikan musik. Oke. Yang berikutnya, waduh. Ini dari mana, Mas?
Dari rumah.
Oh, dari rumah. Oke. Dari ISI juga atau dari? Bukan. Oke. Kepala sekolah. Sekolah apa ini? Oke, silakan ke tengah, dan tentunya kami mohon untuk Mr. Chen Jinfu dan juga Mas Karuna untuk memberikan secara simbolis. Please, Mr. Chen Jinfu give a door prize for winners symbolically. Silakan untuk for the first winner. Boleh sama saja. Mas Karuna juga. Oke, yang ini, oh ya udah nggak apa-apa, baik. Foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Oke, lihat ke kamera. Berikan senyum terbaiknya. 1, 2, 3. Oh, senyum lagi dong, senyum lagi dong, senyum lagi dong. Gaya dong, tangannya gaya dong, gaya dong. Gayanya gimana? Gaya, gaya, gaya. Sekali lagi, 1, 2, 3. Oke, terima kasih. Selamat untuk yang beruntung. Mau nggak? Kalau nggak mau buat temennya yang lain. Oh jangan dong. Oke, baik. Tentunya sangat luar biasa sekali teman-teman semuanya. Tinggal beberapa menit lagi kita akan berbuka puasa. Dan tentunya jangan lupa kami ingin mengingatkan kepada rekan-rekan untuk materi lanjutan akan disampaikan besok. Kita akan bertemu lagi di jam yang sama, di jam 13. Dan setelah ini teman-teman bisa mengambil makanan untuk berbuka di meja registrasi dengan menukarkan ID card Anda. Masih nggak ID cardnya? Masih nggak? Masih nggak? Masih ya, oke. Dan tentu saja Booth Kairos dan Podcast Experience juga masih bisa Anda nikmati di luar. Jadi silakan kunjungi dan dapatkan produk-produk terbaik dan insight menarik yang ada di sana. Sebelum ini nanti kita juga akan berfoto bersama. Oke, untuk foto bersama dari atas saja atau bagaimana? Rekan-rekan, turun semuanya aja. Mereka turun atau turun langsung keluar gitu aja ya. Oke, silakan yuk teman-teman semuanya, kita akan turun ke bawah. Oh, selfie dulu. Oke, selfie dulu kalau begitu. Ya udah, berdiri dulu, selfie dulu. Berarti gini. Set. Oke. Ya, berdiri. Berdiri. Oke. Kita akan selfie terlebih dahulu ya. Berikan senyum terbaiknya, lihat ke kamera. 1, 2, 3. Gaya bebas, tangannya yang di atas. 1, 2, 3. Oke. Baik, selanjutnya berarti ke bawah juga nih. Gimana? Oke, silakan teman-teman semuanya. Kita sebelum berbuka puasa bersama kita foto terlebih dahulu. Oke. Mr. Chen Jinfu, maybe you are here. Oke, silakan untuk teman-teman yang lain. Sebentar lagi, beberapa menit lagi kita buka puasa. Jadi teman-teman silakan untuk bisa mengkondisikan dengan baik. Sebelum nanti kita akan menutup perjumpaan kita hari ini dan juga menukarkan ID card. Jadi teman-teman bisa menukarkan dengan makanan berbuka puasa ya. Oke. Mas, ayo boleh bergabung? Oke. Besok juga jangan lupa hadir kembali, kemudian ngambil ID card-nya lagi ya, seperti tadi rule-nya. Dan juga teman-teman semua yuk lebih merapat lagi. Merapat lagi. Oke. Yang depan gimana nih? Oke. Pak Pandan bisa bergabung. Mungkin agak naik aja ya Pak Pandan dan juga Mr. Chen Jinfu. Oke, yang bawah duduk yo. Agak merapat. Bagaimana kameramen, apakah bisa terlihat semuanya? Masih kurang rapat. Oke, silahkan yang sebelah kiri bisa merapat ke tengah. Oke, yang kiri merapat ke tengah. Oke, baik. Bapak bisa bergabung? Mas Karuna, where are you? Oke, Mas Karuna bisa bergabung juga di tengah. Atau bisa di sebelah sini, Mas. Di tengah aja kali ya. Nah, Mas Karuna. Oh, situ aja aman. Oke. Bapak juga sebelah sana, oke. Baik, sudah aman fotografer, kita gaya formal dulu. 1, 2, 3. Berikan senyum terbaiknya, gaya formal sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Oke, sekarang gaya bebas yang seru ya. 1, 2, 3. Oke, one more sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Oke, baik. Terima kasih semuanya. Kita akan bertemu kembali besok. Jadi silakan untuk rekan-rekan semuanya untuk bisa menukarkan ID card dengan menu makan berbuka puasa ya. Jadi jangan lupa besok rule-nya masih sama. Kita akan bertemu kembali di jam 13 siang waktu Indonesia Barat. Dan juga harus pelan-pelan, jangan dorong-dorongan. Sabar ya, semua kebagian. Semua kebagian dan besok juga masih akan ada grand prize yang menunggu Anda semuanya. Dan siapa tahu Andalah yang beruntung. Baik kalau begitu, terima kasih untuk kedatangannya. Kita akan berjumpa kembali esok hari. Tentu saja di International Workshop Audio Recording 101 and Commercial Audio for Workspace. Selamat sore dan sampai jumpa.